will say this, Ukrainian soldier laid to rest has 2 seconds and 1 first. So that one's very close to being a second, and that was Leon, you're the one that ranked that
Right.
first.
So I'm willing to move mine to second.
Okay, which would make,
What number?
which would open up your first place to go.
Yeah, which would,
Ukrainian soldier laid to rest, second place.
A second, okay.
What?
so then I would
number for
put
that one.
caught on camera that we just saw.
Mm.
I would move that to my first.
Okay.
Mm.
The Buka one?
Yeah, Buka.
Yeah. That was my first.
I mean, I really like
Four.
Surfside, and I
It's
think
one of
that's
those, so I
why
gotta
it's in my
find
top 3. But I know I still have that at number 3, and I know you have it as number 1.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the only reason why, and again, it's probably just me getting caught up on semantics, the only reason why I didn't even put in Buka was because, and I'm happy to revisit it, is, as the more I think about it, because it says stellar photos and videography, and I think I'm getting probably caught up in the fact that a lot of that was dependent upon other sources. And I mean, obviously, with a story like that, you can't, but, and then the videography that they depended on as well from getting those neighbors. So it's a lot of like the trust building and filtering through all that information and piecing a story together. So which goes along with the structural and factual building of that story. Whereas Surfside, it's like those, for some reason, that imagery, the stellar photos and imagery that was all more or less contained from that team, those are just so prominent. But I see the point for the last one we saw too.
Yeah, the last one is like a photograph is a really hard one.
Yeah,
You're in a war zone, you know? Like
Exactly.
It's really hard to
Exactly.
get that high quality visuals like that.
Mhm.
So
That's a good point.
the way it sits right now, you really don't have to change your votes since we have second locked in. We have 2 for first, no other votes on first.
Mhm.
2 for honorable mention and 2 for third. That kind of like carries a majority there now.
Okay.
If you guys are good, we don't like not every single one has to be, but if you
So how would it sit?
I mean, I always say this, I'm happy with, I mean, salmon people and caregivers are so side by side to me.
Yeah.
I feel like it can go either way, and I mean,
So-
both are stellar, both you should be really proud of what they did, and for
Yeah.
honorable mention, I could easily go with caregivers.
okay, let's
So if we wanna lock that one in, we could.
for you, okay.
So
That-
caregiver as
Caregivers
honorable.
honorable mention, and that means. Let me do that real quick.
Which one was that? Do you have the number for caregiver?
That's the one that ends in EAT, EAT,
Thank you. Eat. Okay, thank you.
which.
Oh. I just saw it. Where did
But
it
you
go?
make a compelling point, and you know, like Surfside did
Right
have
towards the top.
really good
Yeah.
pictures.
This thing.
Really
Yeah,
well done, really well done.
Yeah.
And you know, and it's not,
Too.
well, but it's also not like, you know, people in a war zone, because
Exactly.
but like the thing is like they have support too in many ways that,
Very true.
yeah, that users may not have, you know, so it just depends.
Yeah. That's such a great, Warzone was such a great execution of all of the elements that you're taking, and the investigative side is extremely,
Yeah.
that's a lot of work that they just put in.
And you can see it on screen,
Yeah.
there's no question, there's like, I would change this, and maybe this needs to go someplace else, and you're like, no, this is
It's true.
really well thought, I mean, to me.
I agree.
So the way it sits now, all agree honorable mention for caregivers, all agree second place for Ukrainian soldier laid to rest.
Mhm.
We have 2 first for Buka, and 2 third place votes for Surfside.
That's a
Yeah.
tough one because then it knocks salmon people out, which was
Yeah,
so,
salmon
so
people out,
beautiful.
only has
So good,
one.
yeah.
Only has 1 vote. I know, only giving 1 honorable mention makes it really tough. Again, it's a tough category. If all agree, like Carrie, if you
Mhm.
are okay with moving your first to Buka, then that locks that in. Or feel free to try and sway.
Sway everyone.
Sway
My
everyone.
powers of persuasion. It's tough because like those, again, the visuals and just thinking of the visuals and
Yeah.
stuff, like we saw, Surfside was our second one that we saw.
Right.
And to have those visuals still just so strong, same
Yeah.
thing like we saw, The Soldier Laid to Rest was the seventh one we saw, and that one just got all of us. Salmon People, I can see those shots were extremely hard to get, and the use of footage and the use of graphics and what they did with the animated painting was so beautiful. In comparison though, I guess as I think about it, I'm trying to think of what visually, like to me, Surfside and the storytelling and visual side of Surfside and The Soldier Laid to Rest, I think are not stronger, but could be stronger than Salmon People.
Mhm.
Because Salmon People and Caregiver were just right here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I would be, like, I'm not upset to lose Salmon People if those other two found their place within those top three because of what you guys had mentioned as well with the war zone. That's making me revisit that side and just looking at that journalist side that needed to go in there.
Yeah, and I think that for me, that's a big part of me. You know, I'm looking at the visual, but I'm also really, I look at the journalist and
Yeah.
as well, because they have to be married so well
Mm-hmm.
in order to really tell the whole story.
I agree.
In Buka, you have to be committed for so long to make that work. And you know, you get like one family talks, and then
That's
the
a good
next
point.
day, or maybe
Mhm.
later, you go back and talk to a whole nother family, because it's just
Mm.
getting them all back in there even.
Mhm.
And Salmon People, now that we're talking it through, I love that. I don't wanna like negate any of the work that they did on that, cause
Yeah.
that's a phenomenal story and one that really educated me. They used a lot, I have the note here that they used a lot of, you had to depend on a lot of those other elements, and if you're following one family, you maybe follow them, I don't know if they could get that in a day, but they could probably get it within a week if they really
Mm.
condensed their shooting schedule.
Yeah.
And you get those shots, the underwater shots I saw in the credits too, I believe that they credited someone else
Yeah.
for those as well, so.
Would you feel comfortable
Losing that one?
losing that one?
Yeah, I would.
And giving Surfside third and Buka first?
I think Buka first.
Okay.
I'm still torn on Surfside. It's hard, I don't know, that one's the tough one for me.
So, yeah, so the way it ranks now is all locked in, first place for Buka, second place for Soldier Laid to Rest, Caregiver's Journey is honorable mention, all agreed,
Yeah.
and then, Surfside 2 for third, and Carrie, now that you gave that one first, it's really up to you.
No. Well, I
Lock in
guess,
that one
I
for
guess a
third.
question just to help, you know, and then when you compare Surfside and Soldier Laid to Rest, Soldier, it seems like you had, I'm trying to think of like the follow line through those, like how much time we think, like we were saying with Buka, you really have to sit with that one for a while. We think they're comparable in the time that these teams spent?
See, to me, Lady Rust is like, hey, we're going to the funeral,
Yeah, that's
and then
true.
you keep adding to the story, right?
Yeah.
You feel
Yeah.
like, and
Yeah.
that could just be like, hey, that could just be a day.
Yeah,
And
that ending.
I think what really brought me into it also, other than that visual moment, and it still plays in my brain, was it was 4 minutes.
Yeah,
And,
that's
you
true.
know, and in 4 minutes, I had a complete arc all the way to the
Sure.
sad coda at the end.
Yeah.
That, right after this was,
Right.
filmed, then the brother,
Mhm.
that we had just seen and, and and all of that he died.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it was in 4 minutes. I mean,
Yeah.
and that's where that we go to that whole, quality over quantity,
Yeah.
kind of a thing. So that's
True.
what
It
kept
just-
coming back to me.
It seemed like a really mature narrative, like a really
Mhm.
well thought narrative to do that in 4 minutes, and it was like, we
True.
have all the feelings, like,
Yeah.
whoa.
Yeah, that was
Whereas Surfside is like,
took you.
it took a little longer to get those
Sure.
to make that same, get us feeling, have that same effort of feeling, I think.
Makes you feel any better.
Mhm.
You just think that how difficult this is, and Surfside is still being recognized in
Oh, for
third
sure.
place. So,
For sure. Yeah, I love the fact that they're, I'm fine with them going to third, because that's
Okay.
a great point, the 4 minutes, and the fact that it's that emotion that it evoked, and it took, you know, it kind of took people's breath away in here. I agree with that.
all right. So, one last time. If everyone agrees, and this is
Mhm.
really locked in. First place goes to Caught on Camera, Traced by Phone, the Russian military unit that killed dozens in Bucha. Second place goes to After Days of Uncertainty, a Ukrainian soldier is laid to rest. Third place goes to Surfside, Persistent Trauma and Food Lessons Learned. An honorable mention is The Caregiver's Journey.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You guys just did your first big chunk of categories.
Ooh,
All right.
Yeah.
phenomenal
Yeah,
work.
We're all locked in.
Yep.
Okay,
What were
but
the
now,
numbers for those odds?
Yeah.
What? Second.
I'm just gonna give us
Okay,
a
first
little
place
popcorn
was
moment.
the FL10
How is it, see, that we,
T.
not even looking at our notes, we could
Five.
still start
Um,
talking back and
I-
forth about.
great. It was a great day.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back.
We're here.
We're here, still here. We are now going into documentary editor. I will read the category description. Documentary editor, a structured presentation with dramatic impact of an event, individual, or situation of current cultural and historical significance, or creative in-depth treatment of a topic presented in a factual and informative manner, can be edited by one person or a team. So documentary editor can be one person or a team. This is debuted during the contest year, which was last year. If it's in this round, that's already been checked. Higher weight will be given to documentaries with stellar editing and editing choices. An example, music, graphics, effects, and pacing that elevated the presentation without distracting the story into invisible editing, as you put it. Mandatory write-up for this category. So there needs to be descriptions in this one. You must, well, it doesn't need to be, let me finish reading. Mandatory write-up for this category. You must notify judges of all elements you did not produce. An example, music, graphics, and effects.
Okay.
So just so we know what to look for beforehand, like, did this editor do the graphics, or did someone else do the graphics, so that you know what to judge when watching the editing.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
We're gonna start with one that you've already seen, so let me know if you want to rewatch it or you just want to go immediately into discussion, and that was Unsafe Routes, which was this one that we watched earlier about the Border Patrol and the cell phones. Do y'all want to watch a little bit of it? Do you remember?
I had some, I remember it, I had
I
some
remember
notes
it.
on it, but. it's
Yeah,
up
I
to you
remember,
guys.
I remember it.
I remember
Okay,
it
we
too.
could go straight into discussion if you would like.
I found a little bit of a description that like
Oh.
says some stuff that's missing.
Yes, please, actually.
So it says music from Stephen Arnold Music / The Vault, and this bottom link won't hold up. It says stock images from, but oh dear. Who let me use a computer today? It just said it. From Storyblocks.
Stop
The
it.
stop.
Oh, stock images from Shutterstock, stock footage from Storyblocks. Sorry.
Okay. That doesn't affect the editing too much.
No.
yeah.
No, not really.
Okay, we'd like to go in
That's what I
discussion. Leon, we'll start with you.
I thought the editing choices, really, from the very beginning, were really solid. You know, from that first frame that we had, which had the four sort of like blocks in a way, and then we saw I go back to a scene, the graphics of the people running across, and then you had the money and all that, and then moving from that onto the car with two cars with two border patrol here, and say, you know, stay in the car, and which I guess he was telling the journalist, you know, stay in the car. But I just like how that was, and then the editing choices along the way. I never felt that they were choppy. I always felt that they were really, you know, really seamless in taking us from point A to point B, which is what you hope. And yeah, like I've said in past, that invisible editing, but we can still tell, you know, when you have these cuts or whatever. So I thought overall that it was really well done, and how the editor put this together.
Yeah.
Oh,
I felt like, you know, they had like moments that were kind of faster paced and then slower paced when the son was talking about his mom, and to kind of have those together in the same piece can be hard. Some people might lean one all fast paced, some people might lean all slow paced. I think that's, it's nice to see the combination of that. So it's like knowing that the editor has making a choice to make something a little more hurried, like the car chase scene and everything else, and then just slow it down on purpose and let the audience breathe for a second. Those choices I've seen, to me, I feel like, and that makes it better.
And I think too, part of editing and pacing is also the shots where you go from the wide to the close up, and they're seamless. And you know, dependent upon if you're working with, you know, the 4K footage, you can do that, or if you've got a 2-cam shot, then that makes it a little bit different, because usually editors will take a different angle. You saw there was one moment where, I believe it was one of the Border Patrol agents, the gentleman with the bald head, you just saw, because they chose to just have him emotion right here on the close-ups. The editor was really smart, I think, in being selective about those choices, about when to stay back and when to go close up. So I thought that helped with the pacing of it, along with the use of the emojis and to tell the story. It made it different. It made it something that you'd remember, because we've heard, again, this story highlighted in the news so often, but to have it tied to a central character and to have it tied with like punchy graphics, I think was a great use of.
Yeah, it makes them more. You remember, I remember like a little hatchling, you know, like and that would help like anyone recognize that.
Yes.
Just kind of that informative part of it just sticks with you.
Agreed.
All right, we have one down.
Woo.
We will go to, it ends in EPB 0637. It's called Delayed and Diverted, Denver's Cry for Help. Not talking about Russell Wilson.
Oh.
Okay. Do you want me to read the parts not by them before?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, please read.
It says, I did all the editing for this documentary. Elements not made by me include 35mm and 16mm film frames, dust and stretched film overlay, delayed and diverted logo, Denver 7 logo. All music is from StephenArnoldMusic.com.
Okay, so can I just, well, this is fine, because, I mean, again, I didn't work on this, so that's good.
Yeah, if you've seen it before, that's fine.
No, and I haven't seen it, but it's just that Denver 7 is one of my stations.
No, that's fine. If you had no influence on this piece.
And not at all.
And you feel comfortable and you're unbiased on it, then by all means, let's go.
Easily so.
Alrighty.
I would say based on your report, you identified numerous problems.
Tonight, a Denver 7 Investigates special report.
No bus is available at this time.
For more than a year, our cameras have focused on what was a public safety secret.
Are you surprised by what we found?
Nope, not at all.
A hidden culture creating dangerous delays.
She didn't deserve to die.
Decisions and staffing levels impacting critically injured patients.
Why did they travel so far? Why?
When every minute matters.
You're saying you've done nothing wrong.
I've done nothing wrong. I take care of patients.
Do you think Denver Health wants the people of Denver to know how long firefighters are waiting?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Emails and data uncovered exposing a disconnected emergency response system.
We are dysfunctional and we need reform. We need action.
Problem?
Of course it is. It's a major problem.
After more than a dozen reports by Denver 7 Investigates, where firefighters and paramedics brought the life and death issues into focus, city leaders and Denver Health have now announced significant changes are on the way.
I have a desire. We gotta fix this.
Now, delayed and diverted, Denver's cry for help. Here's Chief Investigative Reporter Tony Kowaleski.
Good evening. You're looking at the faces of change, heroic paramedics, firefighters, and a mom who all stepped forward to right a wrong, to make a difference, to shine light on a broken system that most critically injured patients had no idea existed. Many feared their statements would impact their careers. They boldly exposed the truth while remaining in the shadows. They all shared a common goal: bring into focus the need to improve the emergency medical response system for the people of Denver. Together, they did make a difference. You've entered into a new contract. In less than 90 days on the job, Denver Health's new CEO found ways to put a big Band-Aid on what had become a large wound. What are the people of Denver going to start seeing?
I think they're going to see greater collaboration.
Donna Lynn inherited the controversy over care that has festered now for more than a year.
This is a big deal. It's a big change.
The major changes announced by the mayor last month are changes applauded by the sources who came forward in our reports. What does that mean to you?
I think it's a recognition that, it's a new chapter.
A new chapter in a book that includes stories of veteran paramedics describing a culture pressuring them to bypass qualified hospitals. Did you get in trouble for taking a critically injured patient to the closest hospital instead of Denver Health?
Yes, I did.
Once? Twice?
More than that.
What would they say?
Why didn't you take them to Denver Health? You'll know all level 1 trauma goes to Denver Health.
That book also included stories exposing rules, leaders, and a system that prevented firefighters from providing advanced life support.
It just feels like our hands are tied behind our backs.
And the final chapter written by data exposing an ambulance system producing dangerous delays.
Checking an update for ambulance.
You are listening to radio conversations between firefighters and dispatchers.
That is negative, sir. They have the call, no assignments yet.
Denver 7 Investigates has combed through several days of radio communication.
Yeah, can you timestamp ALS arrival, 25-minute response time?
There's been a lack of accountability.
He's a current Denver firefighter asking us to disguise his identity so he doesn't lose his job. How common are delayed, extremely delayed response times from Denver Health?
It feels regular. And again, the problem is I don't have the data, we don't have the information to know how often it actually happens.
If the ambulance was delayed or didn't show up for a longer period of time, there wasn't much for us to do while we were waiting.
After 3 years of service, Kevin Apperon recently left Denver Fire. He's a licensed and trained paramedic. But Denver Health's leadership did not allow him to use his paramedic training to save lives. Do you think Denver Health wants the people of Denver to know how long firefighters are waiting?
Absolutely not.
This database, managed by the Denver Fire Department and obtained exclusively by Denver 7 Investigates, shows how long firefighters in Denver waited for ambulances last year. Denver Fire's data shows nearly 8,000 calls last year where firefighters were on scene and waited more than 10 minutes for an ambulance to arrive. More than 1,600 calls where fire crews waited more than 20 minutes. More than 450 calls where firefighters waited at least 30 minutes. And 141 calls where Denver fire crews waited more than 40 minutes for an ambulance to arrive.
Dispatch, if we ever get an ambulance inside. That's negative, sir.
These are radio communications from December 1st of last year.
Just see if they've assigned an ambulance to this call yet.
You're listening to calls from 3 different fire crews. It's 6:42 in the morning. Fire crews asking for updates on the availability of ambulances.
Just checking to see if we have an ambulance responding.
A 5-minute look into a system that, according to the radio communications, offered no ambulances for 3 Denver residents needing immediate emergency help.
Engine 8, same traffic. They have no buses available at this time. Stand by. Engine 1, Engine 26, and Engine 8. We'll let you know.
Again, the dispatcher referred to ambulances as buses. The 3 emergencies were all within a 4-mile radius. No ambulances available, a moment confirmed in this email sent by a Denver firefighter. It references waiting more than 30 minutes for an ambulance for a critical Code 10 emergency. The firefighter wrote, "This seems unacceptable," and added, 3 other units on calls in different parts of the city were waiting for ambulances at the same time. Our review found multiple examples, including this email from another firefighter, also in December of last year. We talked with the ambulance crew, and they said there were only 4 ambulances on the street for the entire city. Help me understand how that's acceptable in a city like Denver.
I'm sorry, I can't help you understand that.
We shared the data and the findings of our investigation with Denver City Council member Kevin Flynn. What did that data say to you?
30 plus, 459 times last year, and that's a problem. Where are our units deployed? Why can't we get there sooner?
Our digging uncovered more questions inside the paramedic division at Denver Health, including why the hospital's medical director started and then, for some unknown reason, ultimately prevented firefighters from administering IVs when ambulances were delayed.
All units come in.
They are trained to run into burning buildings and save lives.
It's be an offensive attack at this time.
Trained to climb tall ladders.
Smoke's going to be coming from the east side of the structure.
And direct high-powered hoses.
I need a supply line.
But currently in the city of Denver, firefighters are prevented from using this bag of liquid and this needle to save lives. Help me understand, what impact is this having on the people of Denver?
The people of Denver are not getting the service that they think they are getting.
Who's making those rules?
You know, I don't think it's the fire department.
Is Denver Fire able to start an IV?
So that's a question I'm going to defer to Dr. McVaney on as medical direction and what is allowed under those acts.
This is video from a Denver City Council study session earlier in the year. The decision that prevents Denver firefighters from administering IVs lands at the desk of Denver Health Medical Director Dr. Kevin McVaney.
I'll answer shortly. Denver Fire does not start IVs. I think that there's some really important context there. IVs rarely save lives.
Denver Health's medical director confirmed in this public meeting that firefighters are prevented from giving IVs. Interestingly, he said they rarely save lives, which also means sometimes they can save lives. Have you witnessed an IV saving a life?
Multiple times.
How many times do you think firefighters could make a difference by issuing an IV?
Every shift, every day.
And that might explain these internal emails obtained by Denver 7. They date back to 2017 and show back then leaders inside Denver Fire were asking Denver Health for permission to allow firefighters to administer IVs. The emails sent by a Denver fire captain include: the data proves that in the best interest of Denver, IVs with an updated protocol is the right thing to do. Emails included a data study by Denver Fire showing more than 35,000 emergency calls in 2018 where firefighters could have helped administering IVs. And this July 2019 email from a captain shows the building frustration. We have continually pushed this topic over the last several months with no direction or decision. As you sit there now, do you know why back in 2019 the momentum for your department to do IVs just stopped?
I don't. I wish I did.
Denver Fire Chief Desmond Fulton acknowledges the growing conflict. Is there a logical reason for Denver Health to prevent your firefighters from giving IVs?
There's not. I don't think there's a logical reason personally.
And consider this, under the city's current contract with Denver Health, trained and licensed paramedics working as Denver firefighters are not allowed to provide advanced life support when responding to emergencies. Would it be accurate for us to report that Dr. Kevin McVaney is essentially handcuffed your firefighters?
In some capacities, yes. There are some things that we're not able to do. I feel that would benefit patients that we serve.
Dr. McVaney, are you available? And we wanted to ask Dr. McVaney to explain his decisions.
We've reported some critical things. Why are you walking away from our questions? We just want to hear your perspective. Are you going to change anything? Sounds like the answer's no.
Which now leads us to the question, what will the future hold? Does it need to change?
Absolutely.
Do you wonder why it hasn't?
I wondered why it hadn't 10, 15 years ago.
On your list of priorities, how important is this?
Extremely.
You want it changed now?
I want it changed as soon as possible.
My daughter deserved better.
When we return,
She was an incredible little human.
Delayed and Diverted continues after the break.
Welcome back. Denver firefighters and Denver paramedics were not the only ones wanting answers from Denver Health. Perhaps the most significant nugget our team uncovered was a critical email from a Denver firefighter, and that led us to a mom in Inglewood.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
My daughter deserved better.
They are images and moments in time Andrea Plunkett's mom will never forget.
She deserved better. and she could still be here.
She provided us these pictures from the day an SUV collided with her daughter. She wants everyone to know what happened, and Leah Plunkett wants to know why.
2 humans made bad decisions that day and took a child from this world.
She's talking about this decision to bypass a nearby hospital and instead drive more than 17 minutes to Denver Health.
En route to Denver Health following medical.
Why did they travel so far? Why?
She has questions about what Denver 7 has uncovered in this email from a Denver firefighter, what we found in this paramedic patient care report, and what we discovered in this video from a body camera.
She didn't deserve to die. She was an incredible little human.
Everything changed on the afternoon of May 22nd, 2016.
Right now she is not conscious, but she is breathing.
That's the voice of a Sheridan police officer. This is body camera video obtained by Denver 7 Investigates. It raises questions about decisions by Denver Health paramedics.
So she's most likely going to be transported to Swedish.
That police officer clearly knew Swedish Medical Center was the closest level 1 trauma center, just 2.2 miles away, and Andrea clearly needed level 1 care in a hurry. Instead, the paramedic crew chose to drive her 3 times farther, 6.6 miles away, to Denver Health.
I wanted to know what took so long for my daughter to get medical care. Why does it take 20 minutes to get somebody life-saving blood and oxygen to their brain? Every second of that was killing her.
Hospital reports and body camera video confirm the following. It took paramedics 10 minutes and 16 seconds to arrive to help Andrea. The national standard is less than 9 minutes. Paramedics then spent 5 minutes and 40 seconds on scene. And then, instead of taking her to Swedish just a couple minutes away, they spent 17 minutes and 28 seconds driving to Denver Health.
What ultimately took her life was the lack of oxygen to her brain. Why 20 minutes? Why over 20 minutes? There's a hospital 5 minutes down the street with a Trauma 1 center.
The answer to that question may have come from courageous former paramedics. They asked us to protect their identities.
Why would a paramedic drive 10 or more miles further and avoid a closer level 1 trauma center?
Because if I transport the patient to Denver Health, no matter what the patient outcome is, I won't get second guessed by my medical direction. If I transport them to another facility, it will be scrutinized and reviewed a lot closer.
In all, more than a half dozen current and former paramedics told Denver 7, pressure from upper management produces decisions like we discovered with 11-year-old Andrea.
Are you surprised by what we found?
Nope, not at all. All level 1 trauma goes to Denver Health. You will go by other level 1 trauma centers to go to Denver Health. If not, you were questioned as to why you did not take that patient to Denver Health.
This one is the last picture of us together that I'll ever get to have.
Others have joined Andrea's mom questioning the culture inside Denver Health. Denver 7 Investigates uncovered emails from senior leaders at UC Health back in 2021. All questioning Denver Health's decision to bypass that hospital with critically injured patients more than a dozen times, including a gunshot wound in Green Valley Ranch and a critically injured survivor of a serious car crash.
You're saying you've done nothing wrong?
I've done nothing wrong. I take care of patients.
He's the doctor in charge of Denver Health's paramedics division. During this interview, he doubled down on his hospital's decisions.
I wouldn't change a thing about how we equip and take care of our trauma patients.
Which explains why multiple sources confirm Denver Health made no changes in its culture after this memo sent by a Denver firefighter on the day Andrea was hit by the SUV.
Hey, who's going to the hospital? I can. Go.
The email includes another incident involving Denver Health ambulances passing up Swedish Hospital to take a critical patient to Denver Health.
You're going Swedish? Denver Health.
That was a police officer questioning where the paramedics were taking Andrea. The email sent more than 5 years ago includes this telling line. The crew was very upset, and they stated this keeps happening in Sheridan, where they do not go to the closest level 1 hospital.
They have stated this is the 4th time they recall something this significant happening. You've read that email. What did it say to you? Murphy Robinson served as Denver's deputy mayor when we uncovered that email.
Those emails said that we have a very frustrated group of firefighters who believe that something must change.
This is shortly after Denver Fire pulled up. And here's another problem. We also showed Denver's deputy mayor this report. Take a close look. Paramedics claim they only spent 16 seconds attending to Andrea before transporting her to Denver Health. The body camera video tells a different story, showing 5 minutes and 40 seconds at the crash site. Combined with an extended response time and the decision to bypass Swedish, in all, a total of more than 30 minutes for Andrea to get to an emergency room.
I think the facts of the video aren't accurately reflected in this specific report.
A problem?
Of course it is. It's a major problem.
If you could talk to the chief executive officer of Denver Health right now, what would you say to her?
I would want her to explain her policy. It's unfair. It's not right.
You're going Swedish?
Like, I can't even explain my emotions right now because on one side, I'm sad and I'm upset that my baby's not with me. On the other, I'm raging.
When we return,
I have a desire. We gotta fix this.
Delayed and Diverted continues after the break.
As the volume of the voices from the insiders continued to grow, as we continued to focus on the risks to the people of Denver, the issues became quite clear. Combined, it created a pressure that forced response and reaction from city leaders, including the mayor and the now former CEO of Denver Health.
I'm happy that it's coming to light.
Do we have a bus assigned to us yet?
We need to make some changes and make things better.
We need to figure out what is, again, the root cause of that problem and how are we going to address it.
Denver's executive director of public safety was one of the first city leaders to speak out.
What I would like to do is develop a formal policy and mechanism for when we have one of those responses that I don't find out about it through a Tony Kowaleski report.
We gotta fix this.
Denver's mayor also sent a strong message.
You know, we have got to improve the entire system. This is not okay. Nobody deserves to be in pain or to see a loved one die when we know we could have saved them.
In reviewing the road that led to the changes, it was perhaps this interview back in August, an interview that followed more than a year of critical reports, an interview that galvanized the new future for the city's emergency management system.
How would you describe what our reporting has uncovered?
Well, first of all, it's disappointing. It's painful to watch. I feel for our firefighters, who I know want to do the very best.
Mayor Michael Hancock used strong language and was very passionate when he made his intentions clear to city leaders, Denver Health, and the people of his city.
There's no excuse for the kind of delays that our firefighters articulated and you certainly showed on camera.
Will what happened in the past not be accepted in the future?
Listen, none of this is acceptable today. So it's not, if you're talking about delayed response or not choosing the right emergency room to get people to for the best care, the quickest care, none of that's acceptable today. And so what we're going to do our very best to do is to make sure that we limit those types of tough decisions and wrong decisions in the future.
CEO Robin Wittenstein has declined requests to answer our questions.
Have again declined to answer questions. After more than a year of dodging multiple requests to address issues our investigations brought into focus, Denver Health's CEO agreed to answer our questions about the concerns raised by her paramedics and Denver firefighters.
In front of these cameras, will you commit to the changes the mayor is calling for?
I will commit to continued conversations with the city of Denver.
Specifically, have you changed anything because of the testimonials, the information in our reporting?
There haven't been specific changes that have been necessary.
In the final days of her leadership, as she prepared for her retirement, the outgoing CEO stood firm in her criticism of the testimonials included in our reports.
But after a year of reporting, you just said to me, nothing has changed. All those people came forward and said you had a culture problem, yet you've changed nothing.
we continue to talk to our employees to see what else do we need to do.
Denver Health CEO did confirm that after the hospital's paramedics division failed to meet response time standards last year, Denver Health is now working to hire more paramedics and get more ambulances on the street. In conclusion, should the people of Denver expect better service from your paramedic division?
The people of Denver get great service from our paramedic division right now.
With all due respect, you've dodged a lot of questions.
I've given you the answers that I think are appropriate and accurate.
When we return,
I know in my heart this is going to be better for the patients that we serve.
Delayed and Diverted continues after the break.
So here we are now a year later as a result of the firefighters and paramedics who simply would not accept the status quo. Change has happened and change is happening. Denver Health CEO announced her retirement during our reporting. Shortly after the hospital's new CEO took over, the man in charge of the paramedics division, Denver Health's medical director, announced his resignation. In addition, the city now has a new operating agreement between Fire and Denver Health. City leaders tell us it opens the door for quicker responses and better care for the people of Denver. Did you ever think you'd be sitting here talking about the change that's happened?
I did not, to be quite honest with you, but I know in my heart this is going to be better for our organization. It's going to be better for Denver Health and most important, better for the patients that we serve.
When I tell you the sources that have been talking to us are pleased that there's been change, what does that mean to you?
I think it's a recognition that, it's a new chapter.
What role did the journalism play in this?
A significant role. I mean, I absolutely think not only the citizens have you to thank for this, you found that there was ways that we could be better as a fire department, and you found there were ways that we could be better the way we perform patient care. And it was because of that tenacity and that awareness that you gave us the opportunity to be better ourselves, and I appreciate it.
In the end, nearly 36 changes to the city's operating agreement with Denver Health. Firefighters are now trained to administer IVs, and in the coming months, more training to allow firefighters to provide the most advanced life support to patients in need. Significant changes opening a new chapter for the Mile High City.
What are you hoping for the future now that this new agreement is in place?
The most important thing is that the citizens of the city and county of Denver get the care that they deserve.
By all indications, it looks like the winner in this agreement is the people of Denver.
Which is what we want. They deserve the best care, and we're going to continue to give them the best care.
We leave you tonight with a thank you to the men and women who risked their careers to bring about this change. We thank them for the trust. Some sat in front of our cameras, others guided our reporting with critical phone calls, meetings, or emails. Without their passion and guidance, none of this change happens. Together, their love of Denver, their cry for help brought into focus dangerous delays and diversions, and ultimately produced improved emergency responses for the people of their city. I'm Tony Kowaleski. Thanks for watching, and good night.
Carrie, you were done first, you go first.
I really enjoyed that. I think from, you know, in looking at it and writing myself of the editing standpoint, the reporting was fantastic. But I love the use of photos in the cold open and how they kind of set it up. You know, the audio graphics usage for the phone call, you know, we've seen that many times before, but it was really well executed. They had at one point a timeline towards the back end, which was lovely. So it's just, I think the use of punchy graphics when done correctly as they were here helps with the story, and the editor made a good choice. I also really enjoyed the fact that the choice of behind the scenes shots during interviews gave it a really kind of different feel. That would have been easy to make a choice in the editing room to say, I'll just stick with those close-ups, because obviously it was a multi-cam. They had plenty of choices. The only, I guess, note I would have, the lower thirds were a little small in comparison to those big punchy graphics, so I found myself kind of at one point like searching for it a little bit. But other than that, it was nice. They also had one shot that was great that they used it, the needle close-up and the nat sound usage throughout, with the ambulance playing in the back as you heard the sound. The SOT was great. And I also would not, the other last note I had was they used one of those that they were interviewing in the cold open, he said absolutely not, and I think it was an editor's choice from what I gathered to repeat it, and I think the intention was perhaps an echo effect, like absolutely not, but in the interview, in the SOT, he only used it once. For me, I caught myself in the beginning just kind of, again, nitpicking, going, I don't know why I would have repeated that unless it was in the interview, and then when you heard the soundbite, it was just said once. So I get what you're trying to do with the use of audio multiple times throughout, but again, I think it was well done from an editing standpoint.
I thought it was really tight editing. You know, they had to fit a lot of information into that show, that 30 minutes, right? And that's hard to do because this is a story that requires a lot of information, letting you know, hey, we did all this work, and to hunt this all down, and it's hard to present that, you know, in an interesting way. You know, scanning the documents, I thought, like, you know, showing the number of documents, showing like how many times people have complained officially, I thought was really nice. You know, I did get a little tired of the asphalt underneath after a while. I felt like maybe you could take that out every now and then, but you know, they stuck with it. You know, something they said was sticking with, like a theme throughout the whole thing. So you know, strong journalistic effort. The music was very Dateline feeling, you know, which is what the intention was. So I feel like that worked out well for them. If that was their intention, I think they scored that.
Yeah, I mean, I liked it overall. I just put down, I was saying that the cuts were quick and seamless, you know, all the way through. But to your point, that's just my way of saying that they were very tight, you know, all the way through, which was really great. And the other thing that I really liked, which plays into what you were talking about, Carrie, I wrote it down here. Remember the 2017 data where they had 2, 4, 6, 8 of the letters. They just, you know, put them up all at the same time, and just how the editor just got that, and just I thought that was really well done, because what it did was they gave us a lot of they, I don't know who ended up, I didn't look and see who the editor was, gave us a lot of visuals, a lot of you know, along the way, but I thought this was one of those that really just sort of like just popped right away. So it goes to your whole point about the graphics and you know, and the photos that they were using as well. But I thought it was a good job.
Yay. We will now break for dinner.
Oh.
And the photo.
Yeah, we're going like.
should be titled Forgotten Americas.
I just gave you that one.
Good Lord, why can't I scroll on this?
Can we just go to the little scroll thing?
I tried. I don't know how to use Max.
The scrolls on the Max are like really
They're very
Thank you.
weird.
Appreciate
Okay.
it.
I'm
The
not
battery
seeing
charger too, if he's more battery.
any description on this one.
All right.
All right, which
If
one is
there's
this?
anyone watching a live stream right now, we're back. We're gonna watch one. We're gonna go to lunch. So this is one. This is Forgotten Americas.
I'm not seeing anything
No
description wise now.
Okay, no description. So
Let
they
me-
did everything.
I guess so. Let me make sure I'm not going crazy.
The indigenous people all over the country are constantly battling issues that jeopardize their way of life and their culture. They are working through ways to coexist through policy changes, changes in technology, and using their old traditions to preserve their way of life.
I believe food is medicine.
Well, the number one issue in Hawaii right now is affordable housing.
Indigenous languages are under threat. We've lost a lot of them.
I travel to different parts of the country,
Many of these people have come from across the street and grew up here in Waimanalo.
to different indigenous groups.
I mean, Oneida has historically really been a champion of the importance of food sovereignty for indigenous communities. So the grains that we harvest will all go for seed.
Learning about their culture,
This is my humble home. Mommy, say hi. Aloha.
aloha,
This is Tutu.
their challenges,
There's been the trending upwards with the rise of cost of food, gas, transportation issues. So we've been hitting record after record after record, and this is post-pandemic.
and what may be at stake if action isn't taken.
When tribes are talking about saving their language, they're really talking about saving their culture, and they're really talking about something that's existential.
Each indigenous community I visited across the country focuses on a certain issue and what they're doing to try to change that to keep their culture alive and thriving. In this episode of The Race.
Hawaii is Hawaii because of Hawaiians. The people went with the land, you know. The people belong to the land.
You know this place, Hawaii. It's where a lot of us save up our money in hopes of a trip to paradise.
Hawaii is special because of the simple fact that aloha exists here.
We have a mass exodus of folks each and every year that leave the islands because they can't afford to have a home here.
But what you might not know, the ones born here, with the blood of the very people who discover this island, are saving whatever money they have to leave due to cost of living and housing issues.
Many of these people have come from across the street and grew up here in Waimanalo. Some have come from other areas and found safety here.
I'm here to take care of the people, you know, to help them, because I was once homeless. Yeah, so now I have my own place, you know, a roof over my head, so.
Well, the number one issue in Hawaii right now is affordable housing.
About 1/3 of native households on tribal lands live in poverty compared to 18% nationwide. Nearly 16% of their households live in overcrowded conditions, and families are almost 5 times more likely to live in poor housing conditions. And some 70% of tribal governments identify infrastructure costs as a barrier to further development. As for homelessness in Hawaii, more than half of the population identifies as Native Hawaiian.
This program is the product of many people that supported Prince Jonah Kalaniana Ole Kuhio.
In 1920, Congress passed the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, which set aside 200,000 acres of land across the islands for homesteading by Native Hawaiians, but not for all, just those with 50% or more Hawaiian blood.
There's a bill that had passed the state Senate and House, It's sitting before Congress waiting for consent of Congress. That would reduce the blood quantum to what Prince Kohio wanted, 1/32 for succession.
4 years ago, the Hawaii legislature took action to fix this 100-year-old problem, but the solution stalled on the federal level, leaving the lives of thousands of Native Hawaiians in limbo.
My grandfather obtained the land for $2,000. It was passed on to me. This is my humble home. Huh? Mommy, say hi. Aloha. We actually built this home ourselves. I have 5 children, and so there's 4 bedrooms here. And my sons, I have 4 sons and a daughter, so 2 sons in each room. The girl gotta have her own room, right? And then my husband and I, and then my mom comes and lives with us half the week. I am an only child, okay? For me, I have 5 children. You know, I have 1 home. And so with blood quantum, my children aren't able to be on the Hawaiian homestead list because they don't make 50% blood quantum.
For now, families must wait until Congress picks this up again. Right now, there are 28,000 Native Hawaiians on that homestead list, waiting for more housing and development to have affordable housing.
A lot of times, these individuals who are being awarded lands, who've waited decades, some of them their entire lives, some of them have died on this list. They finally get the opportunity to have their home and their name comes up on the list, but they don't have the credit or they don't have the ability to borrow money, so they get passed by and moved on to the next person.
The department, which is often criticized for not moving more waitlisters onto the land, needs a significant source of sustainable funding in order to reduce the wait list.
A historic $600 million was approved for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands in order to develop more housing and infrastructure on the allocated lands for those on the wait list.
Being awarded the money is just one part to the entire process.
The most difficult part in developing is putting in the infrastructure. The $600 million that we have, a lot of it will go to infrastructure. Why? Because you need infrastructure before you can build a vertical.
While this is a huge step in the right direction for the indigenous community, families hope to reform the blood quantum in order for their children to have an opportunity to own a home.
Indigenous communities are not only fighting for affordable housing, but fighting against hunger, which is why some are investing in their old ways of living to become food sovereign. That's next.
Oneida has historically really been a champion of the importance of food sovereignty for indigenous communities.
One of the toughest issues indigenous communities face is food insecurity.
Food sovereignty, which to me means, creating everything, our own sustainability, our own, foods, all that kind of stuff. So that's like one thing that we always promote. We try to teach our youth those kind of things.
This is Oneida Nation, residing on a reservation in northeastern Wisconsin.
For us, it's just super critical that we empower ourselves and empower our community members to participating in our indigenous food pathways.
One of the main focuses of this tribe, food sovereignty for their people.
How big of a problem is, not just here, but just in tribal communities in general, like food shortages?
Starting in January of 2022, we literally had, I think, 220 families for a month. Currently, we're seeing 220 families in a week. So there's been the trending upwards with the rise of cost of food, gas, transportation issues. So we've been hitting record after record after record, and this is post-pandemic.
Food insecurity is a problem all Americans face. It's 1 in 9 Americans on average, but there are some groups that are more likely to face hunger. About 1 in 4 Native Americans experience food insecurity compared to 1 in 12 of white/non-Hispanic individuals. In order to fight this, Oneida Nation are following the steps of their ancestors and taking this issue into their own hands and soil.
We're in a weird space and time where things cost a lot and people need help.
Segulis wagwe gloria te gen has ni ungets ne ungwe huene atnawani wagita lora oniate aga ni go hunjot.
This is what it's all about. I think Jinhinkwa is special, especially known as for white corn and for healthy food. Always giving back to our community, and that's what we would like to do.
One of our main indigenous foods that we process is our Oneida white corn.
We've had this traditional way of growing our white corn. We grow them in mounds. We grow them together with our beans. That way, they're getting nutrients and all the oxidized they need to grow the corn, while the squash is on the bottom, protecting everything from the animals.
So this is our Three Sisters, and this is how you can see that the beans and everything are growing up.
The Oneida Nation brought back their way of growing food and raising buffalo in order to bring it back to their people who are struggling.
Oneida Nation farm, so that would be the beef and the bison. And then Jinhinkwa farm, where you have their grass-fed beef, and then the white corn. And then here's the, a good chunk of the fruit.
Yeah, one of the best ways we get produce here is right from fresh gardeners. Here we got some zucchini, some pickled cucumbers.
And this is where their food goes, grown in their ancestral way, to the Oneida Food Bank.
We had 100 families yesterday. We're going to see another 100 families tomorrow.
For Oneida, our food systems delve so much more into just meeting our immediate nutritional needs. So food security, yes, we know that that's an issue for sure, and we know that that is critical in making sure that our people are fed. But for Oneida, we're really trying to make that bigger step to look at our food system as a comprehensive approach to health.
Now Oneida Nation is pushing food sovereignty in order to lead to better health and economic growth for their people. That's next.
I believe food is medicine.
Food sovereignty in indigenous communities is more than just the access to food.
Food and food systems and indigenous agriculture is a comprehensive approach to health and is healthcare. That's what we need.
What you doing right now?
So I'm picking the reddest apples that are at least 50% red, and they're called Zestar.
This is a pathway to sustainability for their people's health and building their economy.
We're also taking a preventative approach. I don't think that nutrition in our country is deemed as serious as it should be.
Food insecurity is associated with a number of diet-related chronic illnesses. Studies show nearly 60% of indigenous people surveyed were food insecure, and the prevalence of obesity, diabetes, and hypertension was higher among that 60%.
You can either go one of two ways. You're either fueling yourself with good medicine or you're poisoning yourself.
You get a lot of strong feelings in our white corn.
Oneida Nation's mission is to provide their community with healthy food, grown the ancestral way, to improve their people's health and livelihood. Using the Life Sustenance in Oneida, which is an agricultural community that includes a certified organic farm, cannery, and retail store.
Having those three just here growing them for our community is a strong bond to our ancestors, and that's what we try to live for. We want our next 7 generation to know where we came from and what we're leaving here and how good this corn has been passed down from back in the day.
We want our community to be able to keep these traditional methods, this way of life, growing, gardening, all these kind of things for future reasons.
We don't use no pesticides, we don't use nothing. We grow that corn just traditionally and regularly.
You don't have to put all these chemicals or all these whatever, that they put in all these kinds of foods and stuff, because a lot of these things are starting to cause cancer and things like that, so just promoting out there that there is definitely an easier and healthier way of processing foods.
Right now for the Oneida Food Pantry, it has to be in 3-pounders.
This approach is beneficial not only to their health, but to stimulating more economic growth for Oneida Nation.
Just need to get the seal of approval.
Creating more jobs and businesses through agriculture and the certified organic farm.
We take it from here, we take it to the cannery, and then the cannery will take our corn and they'll process it into all the foods that need to be processed.
Here at the Oneida Cannery, about 15,000 pounds of corn products are processed every year.
Is when you know your own traditional ways, you're able to know exactly what you're putting into your body.
What we do is that we put raw corn into one of our kettles for about 2 hours.
Food sovereignty for Indigenous communities is more than just providing a meal. Food is life, medicine, wellness, and sustainability.
We know how to heal ourselves. We have the original instructions from Creator in our back pocket, in our ways, our original ways, to make ourselves healthier.
While food is one aspect of the culture they're protecting, another battle for culture is keeping their language alive. That's next.
Cherokee language has been here for many years, and of course I grew up in a home where my mother spoke the language.
When it comes to preserving Indigenous culture, nothing speaks louder than the fight to protect Native languages.
When tribes are talking about saving their language, they're really talking about saving their culture, and they're really talking about something that's existential.
We've lost so many speakers, elderly people recently, of course, due to the pandemic, but each day we lose a speaker, and in losing those speakers, we lose the language. So it's very important now that we keep this language alive. So we're doing that through our children.
Across the country, there are 65 extinct Native languages and 75 near extinction. Here at Cherokee Nation in Oklahoma, they are leading the way of providing their people with Native language education.
If we lose this link to our past, and the language is the most vital link to our past, it's what we've carried down from time immemorial. We've really seen something sever that we can't ever fully repair.
This is the Cherokee Immersion School, where kids are taught the Cherokee language at the age of 5, and the school is made up of trailers that used to be for casinos.
Hey, honors with yours.
Each kid must only speak Cherokee here and be called by their native name.
The immersion school where I'm located, we have 6 grades, so you have 6 teachers in every room.
Cherokee Nation is one of the largest tribes in the country, with about 440,000 citizens, yet there are only 2,000 fluent speakers, most of them elders in their 70s who are teaching the language. And because of the pandemic, Cherokee Nation says they lost more than 80 fluent elders.
I lost a brother to COVID, and of course, he was a speaker, and just recently lost another brother that spoke. So it's very hard. It's very hard, and I'm there's so many families that have lost family members, and older adult speakers or whatever to COVID. So it's very important to us as elders and myself as a teacher to keep this language, alive.
What does it mean any longer to be part of a distinct Indian nation if you have lost something that's so central to who you are. Even if you don't speak the language, it's still part of your central identity that you belong to a people that has a unique language. So that's why you see this movement across the country, and that's why we're putting so much into saving the Cherokee language.
Just putting the syllabary on these library windows.
This is the Durbin Feeling Language Center, just recently opened, that will house all of Cherokee Nation's growing language programs under one roof, costing $20 million, making it the largest language investment in Cherokee history.
All of that means we're creating a real language community, and keep in mind we're nestled right next door to a really innovative speakers village where elder fluent speakers are living independently. This is a place where the language is spoken organically. That's how we're going to save this language.
Native Americans' fight for culture preservation will always be at the forefront of their priorities. Whether it's for their land, their food, or their language, they adapt and persevere to solve these issues, because preserving their culture means they can continue to create it. I'm Thomas Hoppe.
You guys want to write your notes, and then we'll go eat, and we'll have discussion when we come back. If you guys want to do discussion real quick now, then we can do
Yeah, we can wrap it up.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it was a great story. The technical notes I had had to do with audio levels. The audio levels throughout just seemed a little all over the place. We started off with an overmodulated SOT at the beginning. It really became prevalent towards the end. Again, another technical note on one of the graphics where they were talking about the numbers and the diet. The T, there was like a sleeve that cut off the T on like the corner. Again, it's super like nitpicky, but yeah, I couldn't see the cuts as much. I would have liked it to have been just a bit tighter in areas on the edits, but it's not an editing thing to where I saw it. It's just the timing of it. But it was an interesting story for sure.
Yeah, I had the audio editing down too.
Yeah.
I think the elder in the classroom is a little hard to hear too. And in some places where it's like really hard to hear, and then they get loud, and you gotta kind of equalize that. I feel like it's you just gotta do an audio pass.
Yeah.
I feel like the storytelling being all these places, you're all over Hawaii, Oklahoma, usually Northwest, Wisconsin, whatever it was.
Wisconsin.
So a lot of places together. But I also saw like some repeated, not just in the openings or the teases, but I did see a couple of repeated shots that kind of drive me crazy when I see repeated shots sometimes, so that's not maybe driving home a point. So. But otherwise, I thought it was great. I thought it was like an interesting story. I thought it was kind of interesting to hear it all from Hawaii to Oklahoma and picked out that Oklahoma accent right away.
No, I agree. First, I said that the graphics overall were strong. What was problematic for me was there wasn't clear delineation between the cities where we were going. So I just it was really jumbled, and some of the transitions weren't as smooth as I would have thought that they could be. And then there was just this one editor transition where, so they were talking, and then all of a sudden we saw the Hawaiian woman in her kitchen, and then they just moved on to something else, and I'm going, okay, but why was this shot there? Because it didn't fit with what had just happened, and then what was happening after. Sort of like I think sometimes maybe they forgot and just put that was in there by mistake or whatever. So that was a little problematic for me, as well. So
Yeah, that sense of space where you were, the viewer, was kind of lost in that. I know exactly what I was kind of lost in the moment.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, let's break for dinner. words of Bruce Buffer, we are live.
Yeah.
All right, we are continuing on documentary editor. You guys want to knock out the hour one?
Yeah.
All right. So that is going to be the one ending in ATQ, 0279 ATQ. It is titled hashtag I am Vanessa Guillen.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm Vanessa Guillen.
Okay. All right.
All right, we got a big long description for this one. A documentary about the resilience of survivors of military sexual violence and their fight to change the system that silenced them. Army soldier Karina Lopez survived a sexual assault at the Fort Hood military base in 2018. But 2 years later, Vanessa Guillen, another Latina soldier, disappeared and was murdered there. I Am Vanessa Guillen chronicles Karina's first time going public with her trauma, following other Latina military women who come forward demanding the end to abuse of active duty soldiers and their right to justice. Prosecutors and advocates say that the problem at Fort Hood has been widely known for years. Karina shared her story on social media using the hashtag I Am Vanessa Guillen. It quickly went viral, prompting others to speak up and make military sexual trauma more visible throughout the country. Through Karina's case, other soldiers' stories, and expert voices, the I Am Vanessa Guillen hashtag I Am Vanessa Guillen documentary film sheds light on the profound issues of racism, sexual violence, and trauma that the military has historically neglected. Most of the survivors featured in the film are Latina. They represent the Hispanic demographic, which is now the fastest growing minority population in the U.S. military. Yeah.
One role is also in the doc long form category, which we'll do tomorrow. So if you want to go ahead and like just take detailed notes.
Okay.
I can't do splits and flips, and I'll break. I'd break. I would just
you break your legs and do too.
Yeah, I'd break my legs, my back, my head.
December 2018 was the first time that I got to see my mom in person after the sexual assault. That was the first time that I had actually realized that I wasn't the same person. I found that out from listening to my little sister. She would say little things about the fact that I was sleeping a lot, or I would take a pillow and sleep on the floor. I couldn't sleep with the lights off.
Awesome, thank you. Yes, please.
I didn't like being touched. I didn't know how to interact with my mother. I didn't know how to sleep. I didn't know how to feel safe. I didn't know how to anything. A part of me died. Who I used to be died because of all of this. Because somebody decided to do this to me and nobody wanted to listen.
Vanessa, we need answers. Vanessa, we need answers.
Hundreds gathered to demand answers in the search for missing Fort Hood soldier Vanessa Guillen.
56. That's the number of days Fort Hood soldier Vanessa Guillen has been missing. Her family says they will not rest until the 20-year-old is back in their arms.
How can they not find my sister?
We didn't know where she was, and I was angry. I'm gonna come out and share my story because this isn't just a one-time thing. I reported it, and I fought, and I've gone through the trauma and through the retaliation that I faced. And now you have a missing soldier that was sexually harassed. And I put my picture beside Vanessa's, wrote my story.
I Am Vanessa Guillen. It's a hashtag going viral on social media, highlighting stories of sexual assault and harassment within the military.
Hashtag I Am Vanessa Guillen hurt. It hurts so much. People were speaking up everywhere on different military bases, different generations that had kept their mouth shut for 20 years, for 30 years.
That hashtag provided a voice for all these victims.
We were all Vanessa, and we were all ourselves as well.
Both men and women were
going through the same situations, but my sister had to almost like pay the price.
El Comando de Investigaciones Criminales del Ejército confirmó el hallazgo de restos humanos en las inmediaciones del río.
I just left that base a month before her. Is this what would have happened to me if I stayed?
If you have more concern about the enemy within than the enemy outside, we have a serious problem.
The American public often doesn't know what's going on with the military. In the civilian world, prosecutors make the decision to prosecute, but in the military, non-lawyer commanders make that decision. 99% of sex offenders in the military will never be held accountable. Over the last 30 years, scandal after scandal has been met with promises of zero tolerance and assurance that commanders will eradicate sexual assault from the ranks. After 246 years, it's time for Congress to give the men and women serving our nation a justice system worthy of their sacrifices.
How can you let something like this happen in an installation that happens to be one of the most powerful installations in our country? Lavina Johnson, Kamisha Block, Asia Graham, those are just a few of the women in a long list of men and women who have not received justice and whose families have not received answers.
I was Vanessa. I am Vanessa.
I don't recall what exact date I wrote this poem, but it was very, very like late at night that I wrote it, not only because of my sister and how she felt, but as many people felt, using like, you know, the I'm Vanessa Guillen hashtag. Looking around for help, yet people see me as a joke. I go back, B-A-C-K, and just lay down. I go back and just stay silent. I go back because people say be quiet, you look prettier that way. I go back because no one listens. I go back because my sister and brotherhood do not care. I go back because no one cares. No one cares because there hasn't been a change. That's why I'm not here today.
Mi hija era especial, fiel a su mamá, fiel a su familia y fiel al ejército de los Estados Unidos. Ella entró el 20 de diciembre de 2018 a Fort Hood. A finales de mayo yo ya la noté muy cambiada la niña. La noté con muchas ojeras, demacrada, no dormía. Dice, no quisiera volver a Fort Hood, mami. Yo también estoy siendo acosada por un sargento.
I remember early on when my sister was still missing, the I'm Vanessa Guillen hashtag, all those stories of sexual harassment and assault victims speaking out. Karina, she sent me a message and she told me like her story and she sent me actual documents about it. In my mind, I actually said, what the hell's going on? I was mad, I was sad.
How ugly is my mama? You heard? You heard?
With my family's military background and my mom's law enforcement background, I was extremely proud as a kid. You're an amazing leader. People look up to you. I want to do that one day.
You just throw it over.
Knock knock. I have one just safe for you. Knock knock.
Who's there? Banana. Go ahead, say it. Banana who? Banana you. You're grounded like 2 more years on top of that, but it's okay.
Karina, she was a beautiful baby, a beautiful child, a beautiful spirit.
I had Karina very young. I was excited to have a daughter. She was a really happy baby, very social. She made everybody laugh. She waved to everybody. She was a good kid.
She knew about taking care of people and being a team player from a very young age. Helped her mother with her younger siblings, and she had what it takes to be a natural leader. We were all very proud of her joining the military and following some of her family. And we knew based on her personality and her spirit that she would do well.
You love me? I love you too. You love me? I love you, Queen.
Growing up as the oldest, you got to take care of the younger ones. That kind of hurried my decision to, go into the military because of, God forbid something had happened. It was just so many decisions to make at that young age, and it was like, okay, well, I can't really lose anything if I go into the military.
Preparing for that was really hard for me. I was very excited. I was very proud of her. It was something that she wanted to do.
Just kidding. Oh, let's go get our nails done. I need to get my nails done. Okay, nails done. Oh. Get my nails done.
In law enforcement, I struggled a lot, I got a lot of, sexual comments and things that made me feel really like a piece of me, I felt violated a lot, and having to prove yourself over males. You can have the same education, you can have even more experience, but you were never going to be looked at the same way as a man. I knew the military was the same.
I was sat down and talked to by my family, especially the women who had served, especially my mother, to understand that I am Hispanic and African American. I am a minority, not only as a woman, but in race and ethnicity. They did talk about sexual harassment, sexual assault.
When she left to the military, she was excited. She was like, I'm gonna travel, I'm gonna go to school. She had a game plan. She was motivated. She would talk about the military and her eyes would light up.
I joined the military in 2016 and went into basic training in South Carolina. After basic training, I went to advanced individual training, which was in Georgia.
With Private Lopez, as well as all the thousands of private soldiers that was under our command, we always saw young, happy, energetic, ready to start their military career.
From Georgia, I got orders to go to my first duty station in South Korea. I really loved my unit in Korea. We didn't have toxic leadership. We didn't have a hostile work environment. We were like a family. I felt safe with them.
She was well received and did a very excellent job. She was on a high.
If Fort Hood was going to be anything like Korea, I was going to love it. At first, I was really excited about the barracks rooms. My roommate, she was very wild. I can't have the loud music all the time, and at first it seemed like she understood, but then it was just crazy. She would have parties in her room, and the freezer and fridge would be stocked with alcohol. The parties got 10 times louder and more people, and it was so exhausting dealing with this. One of those events ended up leading to me being sexually assaulted. My sexual assault happened in September 2018. I was
left with bite marks, a bruise down on my thigh, a huge scar that just wouldn't go away. That took so much away from me, having those marks on my body. Being in the shower trying to scrub them off because I didn't put that on my body. Why is that there? Because somebody felt like he can do that to me? Disgusting. I hated them on my body. I hated them. When this attack had happened, I actually punched him in the face and it kind of had slit his eye. For our formation, I had seen him behind me because he was wearing shades. And realizing he was that close to me, I sped walk and tried to get back to my room. He had caught up to me behind the parking lot and he had told me he had heard that I was trying to get help and I was trying to bring attention to this. And if I kept on, I was going to be the next body found in the woods.
As a parent, you feel very helpless. It was hard. She was very closed off. We would talk over the phone. She wouldn't show her face. She was scared. She would call me crying, thinking something was wrong, somebody was gonna break into her room. She kept me up a lot. You give them this child that's motivated, a social butterfly, wants to learn, eager, and then they give you back a child that is isolated. She doesn't like to be around a lot of people. She's very quiet, you know?
Yeah, I'll grab the wire. Okay, we got everything done.
Except the wire. We have a porcupine problem. My family has been serving in the American military since before the Civil War. My father and my grandfather were both career Air Force officers, so I'm a third-generation Air Force officer. I served 23 years in the Air Force as a military attorney. My focus was prosecuting sexual assault cases. The system was not well set up to provide justice for survivors. I started seeing commanders increasingly side with the offender, even if the offender was convicted. The tipping point for me was United States v. Wilkerson. I prosecuted that case. It was a senior Air Force pilot, very well connected. I felt like I was prosecuting a gang member that tried to intimidate the prosecution. Well, we got the conviction, he was sentenced, and then a few months later, his commanding officer threw out the charges, which he had the power to do at that time, and set a convicted sex offender free. For me, that was the last straw, especially seeing how the Air Force was not concerned about the victim, but they were only concerned about protecting the commander who set the sex offender free. Oh, we got a snake? Oh, yeah. Defense counsel are critically important to this process. We have to have a fair process. It's not everybody who's been accused is guilty, and even if they are guilty, they deserve a fair trial. I did it for 4 years. For me, it became difficult, but it definitely informed the way I came back to the prosecution world. I knew what I had done to those victims to make them look like liars. I could not go back and be a defense counsel for sex offenses. I couldn't. And I know what the odds are that's a false allegation, which is almost zero. Yeah, it's going well. Since I've become a civilian, I'm free to expose what is wrong with the military justice system, go after those that fail to hold offenders accountable and fail to support survivors, and to advocate for reform in Congress.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, okay.
Well, it's nice to see you.
Yeah, it's nice to see you guys too. I think it's been a while since I've seen Dawn. I've heard you've been busy, so.
Have you thought any more about what you want to do in honor of the anniversary?
For the hashtag, just, you know, tomorrow's the anniversary. It's 1 year and it's crazy. And I guess to do just update a little bit of, you know, my initial post, as well as kind of celebrate what we were able to achieve in a year.
It's amazing where we are today from a year ago. I mean, we went from looking like this would be multiple years before we were able to get legislation passed to looking like we are very likely to get it passed this year. And I really think the I Am Vanessa Guillen hashtag probably more than anything else moved that, propelled it forward.
Before I made that hashtag, I had no idea there was a whole community. And honestly, after I made the hashtag and after I came out and after I found out all of this and I saw other survivors coming forward, I had a lot of survivor's guilt, and I still do, but I remember even talking to Dawn for the first time. It's so nice to have someone that had your power and your position who decided to leave and dedicate your career to helping soldiers. So you're definitely an inspiration for me. It's not easy. It's not easy.
It's not, but I really appreciate that and feel the same about you.
Oh, thank you.
Karina, it's been wonderful seeing you again. We will be on the lookout for anything that you post so that we can go ahead and repost.
Military sexual trauma describes a spectrum of behavior that someone can experience during military service, ranging from sexual harassment all the way through sexual assault and rape. It can happen to anyone in the military. Men and women, trans people, LGBT people, people from all different backgrounds are being assaulted. We know that about 25% of our female veterans and 1% to 2% of our male veterans will have these experiences. So it's not about, oh, we're seeing military sexual trauma because we've let certain groups into the military. This has been happening throughout the military history. There's veterans that I work with in their late 70s who experienced MST who are seeking care. The issue more broadly is that there are people that are perpetrators in the military and that maybe these crimes are not being prosecuted to the full extent that they should be. You expect the enemy to be trying to harm you. You don't expect your fellow service members to be doing that. That sense of self and safety and trust and power control, self-esteem, intimacy, ability to connect with other people can be shattered for folks. There are strong links between military sexual trauma and PTSD. Some research finds actually that folks that experience military sexual trauma are more likely to develop PTSD even than folks that experience heavy combat in the military. Characterized by having intrusive memories of the trauma, trying to avoid any reminders of the traumatic experience, changes in how you think and feel about yourself, hypervigilance and hyperarousal, feeling on edge and unsafe in the world.
The reason sexual harassment, sexual assault is so common is a couple things. Number one, right now, those who commit these offenses are unlikely to ever pay a price. They feel comfortable to go ahead and do this. The second thing is there is a subculture, I would say, within the military that is misogynistic. Not everyone is, but it is there. If we do not have enough of a disciplined force to say, do not rape and sexually assault your teammates, how do we expect them to conduct combat operations ethically? If they can't control their urges to not rape, how do we expect them not to control their urges not to commit atrocities?
This shouldn't be something where you're saying, I want to defend my country, and then you're assaulted by one of the people that you're serving with. That shouldn't be part of the job.
We're gonna put these up in our brigade headquarters to show how many individuals have been affected by sexual assault within the last 2 fiscal years. Just to bring awareness to all of our soldiers that we need to do better about changing the culture. When a victim comes into our office, it's about empowering them. We give them their reporting options, and we also advise them we are not investigators. We're just here to support them in whatever way that they need. If somebody comes in and they want a forensic exam done, if they want to speak to a special victims counsel, which is a lawyer that does not work for the chain of command, that's something that we can also provide. I want to empower everyone that comes into our office to speak up, because this is how we change cultures. Okay.
When Vanessa Guillen was murdered, I was horrified. After her murder, I remembered that I had been assaulted as a young person going through initial training. I had buried it so deeply that I forgot it happened.
Could I have a couple of vets join me up here as we do this?
Come on, don't be shy.
Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
I never thought about reporting. They didn't even have a formalized structure. I knew that if I had said anything, I would be ostracized even more than I already was. I wanted to prove that women could be leaders, and I wanted to prove that Latinas could be leaders. I realized that the military had a problem regarding harassment of anybody that wasn't the norm from day one because of the way I was treated. I was reminded constantly that I really wasn't welcomed, and I was reminded constantly that I was an other. I was different from the norm. This was the early 80s. The military was a different world back then. However, some of this stuff is still occurring. I wrote it on my phone, sitting at the VA, waiting for an appointment.
Oh.
Because every time I go to the VA, you know, sometimes they're better than others, but usually I look around and I'm the only woman. And then I'm the only Latina, too.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, you know, and I always get mistaken, you know.
They're usually white.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I tell them, you know what I tell them? Yes, I am.
The 21-year-old Lisa was not ready for what happened to her, and she had to bury it until now, until she can talk about it and understand why it happened. It wasn't me. It wasn't me asking for what happened to me. It was all about power. It was all about power.
Well, the military has struggled with sexual assault and rape for decades. The first time it really came to America's attention was in 1991 with the tailhook scandal, in which naval aviators sexually assaulted over 80 men and women at a convention, and no one was ever really held accountable. But it wasn't until about 2010 that it really started getting the attention again. There was a huge push to take the decision to prosecute outside of the chain of command and give it to independent prosecutors. Since then, the military has been very aggressive within the halls of Congress to do everything they can to stop any kind of real fundamental reform in the justice system.
Senator is outraged by all those reports of sexual abuse in the military and saying one measure of the problem is in this picture. Virtually every person testifying for the military today was male.
It's repulsive
and we are aggressively taking steps to eradicate it.
But the chiefs argued they must be the ones to police their own ranks.
Command authority is the most critical mechanism for ensuring discipline, accountability, and unit cohesion.
I really feel like we're on the verge of success. I'm 100% confident that we are going to reform this system and that we're going to get to a better place.
The heart of the system remains the commander's control over the administration of justice. Other democratic countries have been able to make this change without any impact on their mission readiness.
Good afternoon. The subcommittee meets today to receive testimony on the epidemic of sexual assault in the military and the failure of military leadership to address it, despite 30 years of promises to change and over $1 billion spent on prevention and response measures. The Military Justice Improvement Act would put these serious criminal cases in the hands of senior, experienced military prosecutors. It would eliminate command bias and create a fair, impartial system. Today, we will hear from survivors and from survivor advocates on their experiences with the military justice system.
My name is Natalie Kawam, and I represent Vanessa Guillen's family.
My name is Amy Braley Frank, currently employed as a victim advocate.
I've been a military spouse for almost 4 years now. In December of 2018, I was sexually assaulted by an E9.
I am currently being retaliated against for reporting command for illegally concealing and failing to report 3 violent sexual assaults to law enforcement.
I can recall sharp training early in my career where soldiers were taught things like never go out alone or to cover your drink so nobody could slip something in it. We essentially taught soldiers how to avoid being assaulted. The onus or accountability was not on the person committing the act, it was on the victim. We now teach consent and intervention. All of the efforts put into intervention are lost when we fail to hold people accountable.
You members of Congress, you need to pass this legislation. You need to do this for us.
Next, Colonel Christensen, please.
Retaliation rates for those who report are consistently above 60%. The DOD-IG report found 1/3 of women who reported a sexual assault were forced out of the military within a year. The military is always resistant to change, especially change that comes from the outside. We've seen that with Don't Ask, Don't Tell, or allowing women to serve, when President Truman ended segregation of the military. Every one of those has been resisted, and if the people at the top resist, then the institution itself resists.
If this act were to pass, commanders would be just as responsible for their service members as they are today. They would just have an emptier toolbox.
Do you think a contracts lawyer has the ability to assess a complex case of sexual assault?
I think yes, I do.
I do not. I was a lawyer for 15 years. You develop special.
This is a devastating impact to see that institutionally it has an attitude of disbelief and of retaliation.
That is the end of our hearing. Thank you for all the participants. Adjourned.
These cases drag on forever. So many survivors say the process was worse than the assault itself.
Or some ice cream.
Or ice cream.
Oh, I didn't get any fried cheesecake that I wanted.
Or
From
If they are retaliating against you, they can literally make your life a living hell. They tried to threaten me. They tried to keep me quiet. It worked. It worked because I was intimidated. I was scared. I didn't trust my unit. It was a hostile work environment. I didn't trust anybody.
I go back to that day when she called me and she told me she wanted to hurt herself and then hung up the phone and I couldn't get in contact with her. Everything dropped. I go back to that often. Like that replays and replays and replays.
I couldn't stay strong. and I couldn't hear her voice trying to reason with me, so I hung up.
My daughter has just hung up on me. She's not answering my calls. I don't know who to turn to, and I end up calling him.
A very concerning call came in. It was a very nervous voice. She just said that something had happened and no one was believing her. She did not know what else to do, and she was contemplating hurting herself. She was in survival mode.
And he said, "Can you come to me?"
My heart was in my feet at that moment. It was a couple of minutes, but I swear it felt like hours.
She wasn't the soldier that I met back during that time period. I immediately called the Sharp office.
So I go over there, and I remember in the parking lot, I got out, and these people just came out and got me. And I just broke down because this was the first time that I got to write that report. This was the first time that I was being heard. After that, I was admitted into the emergency room for a high-risk suicidal soldier.
Once she came out of treatment, I just told her, continue to do the things that you're required to do as a service member. Continue to keep good records until you leave the military.
I had people fight for me. I had my victim advocates. I had my special victims council. I had those people who were just like, enough is enough.
We talk about never leaving a fallen comrade. Well, she wasn't someone that sustained an injury on the battlefield, but throughout the harassment and the aggression she was going through, she was considered to be a fallen comrade, and I didn't leave her. I would not say the Army let her down. I did everything in my power to ensure she was safe, and if I did it, I represented the United States Army.
Okay, the things happened that happened, and now we have to figure out how to get past it, how to get through it, how to get over it, and how to move forward.
It's just so much more work to be done.
Did you see how big I made her head?
Remember I said that we want the change, we want it to be more positive, we want this, to get better. So what are things that we talked about that you didn't, everyone, Delgado, what can y'all do?
Start walking around and checking if people are locking their doors, so to make sure that their window is secured and no one can break in, and annotate it if they don't have it.
You're in the Army, you could get robbed, everything could happen to you still. Doesn't save you from that.
I remember everyone saying females don't join the Army. I don't even know where I'd be if I didn't join the Army. I have so much structure, I have so much passion. There are things that I never thought I could do. I was 17 years old when I joined the Army, just out of high school. Back then, it was so crazy. Back then, it happened all the time, sexual assault, all harassment.
But after you wrote your first one, did someone look at it?
I felt very distraught when I heard someone's missing. They brought me back to how many times I was harassed into like the one time that I was sexually assaulted. The perpetrator reached out to me last year. He actually tried to do small talk with me. And you know what's so insane? I became that 17-year-old. Not this strong San Francisco bar over there saying, please, women report, stand up for yourselves. Instead, I became 17 again, and I just shut down. And I felt, again, like a failure. But I think it was a good learning lesson. I hope it helped a little to share my story. When something tragic happens, everyone has a choice. They're going to acknowledge it and do something about it, or they're just going to say it happened and that was it. But something happened. The independent review came. They let us say something. Vanessa gave us our voice.
For years, it's been widely known that there's a cultural problem at Fort Hood, but until just very recently, commanders were never held accountable.
Up and over the net, okay? And once you get to the other side of the net, you're going to sprint to the table. To the table. Everybody see that? Okay, that's
The tragic disappearance and eventually death of Specialist Vanessa Guillen really caused an outcry. What we discovered was that Fort Hood has for quite a long time been kind of an outlier in terms of some of the problems that they've had. They've been systemic for a long time. For example, having some of the highest rates of crime, highest rates of drug use, highest rates of sexual harassment and sexual assault. People did have not confidence in their leadership. That if something was reported, that it would actually be taken seriously and handled well. There was fear that they would be retaliated against and that they would be ostracized. We really took a very holistic and comprehensive approach. We created a survey that was provided to everyone across Fort Hood, 30,000 people. Our response rate was nearly 100%. We also conducted over 80 group interviews, thousands of soldiers, including every single female that was assigned to the unit with Vanessa Guillen. What we found were just failures in leadership.
Fort Hood is no different than any other Army installation. You know, with the Vanessa Guillen case, not necessarily anything would have turned out different. Military leaders, and myself included, we've always been about people first.
What we discovered was that there were very junior people assigned to that installation that weren't properly trained, that weren't really equipped. In the case of Vanessa Guillen's disappearance, the way that they handled it, had it been someone a little bit more senior, we think that it would have resulted in a different outcome.
Sexual abuse and sexual harassment is obviously things I've dealt with in my career. It is definitely something that's in the military, just like it is the rest of civilian life. The Army is just a makeup of a lot of civilians that decided to, take the oath and join the military. So we obviously get a lot of different walks of life. There's people in the military that are learning the Army values and trying to better themselves.
It's a little bit of a cop-out, I think, for a leader to say, yeah, we're trying, but you're not going to change somebody. Well, the change starts from the culture itself. The fact that they didn't take it seriously enough shows that the failures started at the top and worked their way down. The environment at Fort Hood was permissive. It allowed for these terrible things to happen.
We're working on being more transparent. We're just like any organization, and we're all about making ourselves better. Obviously, and holding people accountable for their actions. That is definitely how we eradicate this from the military.
Do you think that the chain of command is perhaps an obstacle to these issues being tackled properly?
We'll see where that goes. Right now, I support the chain of command.
Karina, do you want to briefly talk about how you feel today?
I can't even think of a word to say. I don't know. I feel overwhelmed. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I think I'm just tired of everything. I don't know. Yeah. I'm that meme with the penguin, and he can't answer the phone or take the food off the stove, so he just sits down and cries. Mommy, Mommy, you hit me. That was wait.
That was cute. That's what I want.
When I think about my trauma, I don't think about the guy who sexually assaulted me. Ultimately, my PTSD didn't come from the sexual assault itself. It came from the fact that the system failed me. It came from the leadership that was supposed to protect me and help me. Instead, they treated me like I was the problem. It made me spiral down really fast. I had a lot of breakdowns. I had a lot of crying, panic attacks, avoidance, imposter syndrome, sleepless night, or sleeping too much. Nightmares that I had, paranoia, the feeling of suffocating and drowning every single day. I went the whole time at Fort Hood without the proper care for PTSD. PTSD definitely fractured me into different versions of myself, and the person I really dislike is person number 2, is the person that went through that trauma. And then the third one is this version of myself that I'm healing. When I'm in my actual physical body, I'm in person number 4, but it's very difficult to get there. Healing for me would be combining all 4 of those people into one, and not only just having them there, but also loving them. That's what PTSD is. It's messy, it's painful, it's one moment feeling like you can take on the world, then the next feeling like you just want to run home and curl into your bed, into your only safe spot.
When she was diagnosed with PTSD, I didn't really understand it. I thought when people go to war, they see all this death they're surrounded by and different things that trigger different emotions. I thought that's what it was. It had a really tough impact on me. As a parent, I felt everything that she went through. When she was scared, I was more scared. When it's a physical injury and you go to rehab or you take medication to fix it, it's one thing, but when it's mental, I don't know what's going on in her head. When she first came back, I was scared because it's like, my God, how do we fix her? How do we get her back to the way that she was? She was happy, outgoing, and now it's just completely opposite. And she has these nervous tics where, she'll pull out her eyebrows when she's nervous, or she bites her lip, or her leg will shake and bounce up and down. She wants to get in everyone else's head and understand why it happened. She's not gonna get those answers. I don't think she's ever probably gonna get those answers.
What happened to her is the reason why I left the military. I couldn't sit there and know that I was a part of an organization that doesn't care about its soldiers at all. I met Karina in Fort Hood. Karina was my first friend, my first real friend, and now we're family. Karina ended up telling me at some point throughout our friendship that she was sexually assaulted by someone before she met me. It made me angry, and it just made me feel like I wasn't a good enough friend. Even though I never even knew her when it happened, I just felt like I couldn't be there for her. She was just being retaliated against because of her speaking out against being sexually harassed and sexually assaulted, and they didn't want to take it seriously. Instead, they wanted to make it seem like she was the problem, but she wasn't. The people in charge of her were. Now I'm part of their family. I like being with them.
He's family, and I was grateful for him because she didn't have me, but she had him, and that meant a lot to me. When he needed somewhere to go and somewhere to stay, my doors were wide open for him.
I discharged from the United States Navy honorably. There wasn't a lot of discussion centered around women and PTSD. I know a lot of women didn't speak up. I know women that could not have children as a result of their assault. I know women that aren't alive today because they couldn't deal with what they encountered.
In a difficult situation. We're coming out of environments, we've had experiences that have left us very unsure of what's going on inside of us. We're very traumatized by an experience or experiences that left us unsure of even what we think or what we know to be true. Horses bring us back.
Military sexual trauma ties back to the issues that we encounter within the mental health crisis, suicide, homelessness, the inability to work in a normal environment because some women don't trust being outside their home.
The horse was a joint.
This has the ability to affect a woman in such a profound way that it can really make people wonder how it's gone unaddressed for so long.
And sometimes the horses can teach us. Your gut is a perfect indicator of something going on. So, you're going to be with Paloma. You're going to be with Strider. You're going to be with Tony. And you're going to be with Atticus. All right, let's go get some horses. Can I put my arm around you? Yes. Okay, come on. You're very brave to be here. I am so proud of you for being here. Put your hands right here. Bring it in. One more. Atticus.
We're here as survivors. We're all survivors. It's a very hard thing to talk about. The hurt that is bestowed upon us, or security that is taken away from us, the violation. Even after years, it still hurts. But being here has helped me a lot to overcome a lot of things.
We're going to do a little exercise here. Okay. The horse remembers exactly what he or she was doing before you release. You're putting pressure on them to do something, and then as soon as you release, they remember what happened.
I was a little apprehensive about working with the horses. I love them. I think they're beautiful animals. I think they're very majestic, but they're so big. I don't have any animals myself. I think being around other women that have gone through very similar experiences, it's very empowering. Just knowing that they're there, there's an understanding that's silent, that's energetic, and it lets us know that we're going to be okay.
In my 38 years of service with the military, the culture did not change. I never talked about my experiences, not even with my family, because I didn't know if they would understand. So being around female veterans and hearing their stories, it's really helped me a lot because I realize I'm not alone. In the past, I've tried to tell my boss at one of my bases, and she questioned me. She goes, "What makes you think he wants you?" I don't know if she didn't believe me or she just wanted to brush it under the rug because he was a higher ranking. And so she actually had me sign a piece of paper saying that I would never talk about it. And I signed it. So after that, I just didn't bring it up to anybody ever again because I didn't think I would be believed.
The women veterans that you encounter have the ability to adapt and overcome because that's what we've been taught. But here's the thing, you've created a woman who is unstoppable.
Right now, I see the future as bright for me, and it's been a long time since I could actually say that. I have a bracelet, and I was thinking about getting this tattooed on me for the longest time, and it says, "I am enough." And I'm finally starting to realize that I am enough.
Whatever you want. I'm just gonna have a beer. Whatever you want. On me. Damn.
Oh, you got something really good. Let's go.
So much.
You guys doing good? You okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to take care of you, man. All right, let's go. All right, and cut scene. Who was under the assumption that she was going to be the victim, and that she was going to be the one to be taken advantage of in there? So that's what we're trying to do. Everyone has the potential to be a victim.
And you're so intoxicated that you can't think straight or you can't make good decisions. Still doesn't give anyone the right to touch you, violate your space, or sexually assault you. But there's still people out there that are going to do it. So that's why, as a team, we have to look out for each other. And we need to change the culture. And
we've put so much focus on getting soldiers ready to deploy. It's come at this cost of taking care of our people. This is one of the proudest things I think I've ever done in my military career, facilitating the creation and execution of this program here at Fort Hood.
As a female, like,
It is extremely personal to me, both as a female, having experienced sexual harassment of my own, and to be put in a position where I felt powerless and inconsequential to somebody, obviously drives my own ability to connect and resonate with these soldiers. But you take that even further to the connection with my twin sister, who was raped while she was a service member by another service member 20 years ago, and seeing how that event has impacted every facet of her life. It really drives me as a leader to do whatever I can to stop that from happening to anybody. That drives me because it makes me angry. With my twin sister and the impact of the lifelong impact that sexual assault has on people. That really brings it home. So, sorry.
With my cabinet.
I would have squared you away. What over time has kept me believing in the institution, especially after it affected my sister's life profoundly, and is because it wasn't the institution that let her down. It was a person. The institution just failed to recognize that the risk was there and take effective measures to stop it.
Is about all of you and helping you get after the culture and climate here on Fort Hood.
But the bigger reason why I don't lose faith in the institution is because I am the institution. I serve because I love what I do. I'm passionate about taking care of soldiers. And if I exist, I know that there are other people just like me that also exist that are in this for the right reasons. That keeps me going. It takes a long time to see tangible, meaningful cultural change. So we know we're in this for the long game. And I want the civilians and our political leaders to see profound change. We owe that to them. And if they give us a chance, I think we can do it.
The IRC has recommended shifting decisions about sexual assault and related criminal prosecutions to experienced special victims prosecutors outside the chain of command. The IRC found critical failings in victim care and support. Every survivor that we interviewed told us that they regretted making a report. Nearly all the survivors who we heard from had contemplated or attempted suicide. We recommend that this area be prioritized for immediate action. Making changes to the military justice system alone will not reduce sexual assault.
Every moment feels different to me, and every moment I'm hopeful that this will be the time.
Today we announce the bicameral, bipartisan, Vanessa Guillen Military Justice Improvement and Increasing Prevention Act. We're here today for the service members who have spoken out or who have suffered in silence, because the message and culture in the military has been clear. Shut up, suck it up, and don't rock the boat. The UCMJ is
The military is accustomed to getting its way. I have been working on this issue now for 10 years, and every year another horrific tragedy occurs, and they are asked to come and speak before the Armed Services Committee, and they always say the right things. We have zero tolerance for sexual assault in the military, and then nothing changes. We have thrown about $1 billion at this issue over the last 10 years with little to show for it. In fact, in most cases, the numbers are the same or they're worse.
My name is Lupe Guillen. I'm Vanessa's youngest sister. Sexual violence is so common in the military, that's why it's now considered a pervasive problem in the armed forces, resulting in 64% of the women who reported a sexual assault face retaliations. Reasons why Vanessa Guillen was afraid to report it. Because no matter how much developing or funding the SHARP program receives, it's ineffective. That's why law must be established, and that law is the Vanessa Guillen Military.
We have a command structure that is so fixated on making sure they make all the decisions that they will put in jeopardy the lives of our service members. And that is not acceptable. We have to keep the pressure up.
I see your door doesn't work again. You guys did okay? I am going through what we call EMDR therapy, eye movement desensitization reprocessing therapy.
What I want you to do is go ahead and bring that memory or image up. You'll repeat the words in your mind. Notice your emotions and body sensations, and once you get that, let me know and we'll get started.
I am not ashamed to say that I am in therapy, and I'm not ashamed to say I have PTSD, both combat related and military sexual trauma related. Why am I alive? Why am I here when some of these very young people are not? That is hard, but I have to make sure that I live my life to make it worth their sacrifice, right? So that's what I try to do. My body is showing the wear and tear that I went under, more than I ever thought it would. So yours is called double standards. Okay. So look for any inaccuracies. Okay. Like crypto. I realized I need to write a book. I need to write a book telling my story and others, because we need to educate the American public that this is an issue that is serious. Let's bring back some memories.
Oh, sorry.
I wanted to advocate for all of us. This issue is genderless. It surpasses and crosses all gender, all ranks, all services, all eras. Yeah. So I'm proud. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Yeah. This is not easy. Not easy talking about these kind of things. You know?
It's not.
Karina was the last person I added to the book.
What I've learned through Lisa is how silent the older generations had to be. I wasn't allowed to speak up. However, things were changed where I just told my story on Facebook, something that everyone has access. And back then in the day, you didn't have that. Healing just never gets easier. I was having issues with my eating. I was having issues with like depression, and I felt like I was putting so much pressure on my family, and I was spiraling. Our loved ones can only support us the best that they can. They're not professionals. It wasn't easy to choose to go to therapy. It was very, very hard. For me to learn what love is and learn how to give people what they need, I need to give it to myself first.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow, okay? Bye, baby. Don't cry. Love you.
I know that change is coming, but I'm also invested in ensuring that it happens. We're not going to stop seeking justice. This is the legacy that we leave behind for future generations. And we don't want future generations looking back and saying, why wasn't anything done?
Hi. I'm Don.
Stephanie Gatas.
I
just sent you a text.
Oh,
Lucy.
Yeah, hi Lucy. How you been?
Pleasure to meet you. It is an honor, sir. Thank you for everything you are doing. Oh my gosh. No, really, you are always front and center in terms of people needing help, and you're the first to speak on a panel and shed light.
This is a landmark moment. Protect Our Defenders, other organizations have been working on for a long time. I honestly believe that the law can change culture. With the military changing the way legally they prosecute cases would send the right message.
Our next speaker is going to be Don Christensen. He is with Protect Our Defenders. He's been an incredible advocate.
Real honor to be here. The Department of Defense has been in a full front attack against reform. And they thought we would never get to the day we are at now. They did not count on Jackie Spear. They didn't count on Kirsten Gillibrand. But I think most importantly, what they did not count on is the power of a family from Texas with immigrant parents. The Guillen family would not stand on the sidelines when the Army wanted to put them in the sidelines. We are here today not only to honor Vanessa, but to honor the commitment of her family to ensure that this will come to pass. Push that message that I am Vanessa Guillen was one of tens of hundreds of thousands of other survivors. So thank you.
This moment feels different because now that the conversations are happening and that the right people are listening, I'm very hopeful.
No justice!
My hope is that we are able to leave a legacy behind that will help women understand that the change took place because we weren't willing to give up.
Vanessa Guillen! Say her name! Vanessa Guillen!
I want you to close your eyes for the next 30 seconds. And I want you to think about how your spark came back alive. And I'll tell you when you open up your eyes.
Okay. Although I would have hoped it was different, I think the traumas have definitely made me stronger. That has allowed me to really sift through my weaknesses and not allow the trauma to define me. And my hope is that it won't allow women coming forward to define them either.
All right, open your eyes.
I had a point where I hated the uniform. I was disgusted wearing it. But now after being out, I'm proud to have served. As I sit here today, I really do see that even when something is painful, there's still good that comes from it. Even when you're scared, there's still lessons to be learned.
I love the Air Force. I want to see this institution that I love and get to a place where it is the best justice system in the world.
That little part, the fact that I didn't give up, there isn't a challenge that will stand in my way that I won't be able to get through. And I think that is the most empowering thing that I understand today. I will fight for whatever is right always.
While the world raged against a pandemic in 2020, the first in 100 years, I raged against a virulent strain of testosterone-filled traumas. While the country masked up and used antibacterial sanitizer to keep the virus at bay,
just early on, I don't know if anyone saw, there was a little glitch. You saw, yeah. That, but thankfully it was literally early on, in the sound, and then we moved forward. I just wrote some things that, the graphics were strong throughout, and really the use of animation and how he was able to work that through the process when sometimes and I think it was really smart for the director, who also was the editor, to really make those choices, because sometimes it was just better to just hear the VO and not see anything else. Also, there was a small use of which I love, because I'm seeing a bit more and more, but the use of the vertical video at one point I thought was really good. It was perfect move for that. The other editing choice that I really liked was when the writer was going through therapy toward the end, and how she edited it. That sequence I thought was really well done. The writer firm, I think her last name is, her book was published in April of last year. So I mean, I thought it was powerful, hit all the right beats. I thought this was one of those times when, with the exception of a little glitch, that the editing is what I call invisible. I knew it was there, but it wasn't. It wasn't there, which I thought was really great.
I like the paintings and the graphics in there as well. Like, they gave a sense of subjectiveness, and they kept it throughout. Like, come up when they clearly didn't have something they could really show. I really liked the way they did that too. I liked how they were able to get the shaking in there. You could really get the sense of her nervousness, which is, I think sometimes hard to translate. You have to have all the pieces to make that work. And the editor found a way to weave that in multiple places, and you can see this kind of this character arc that I just love to see, like someone going through a change. And I thought it was really powerful that they did that, because at the end you can tell that she's like coming out of that, breaking through it. And that's that's what I'm here for. I'm here to see that growth. That's what I want to see, for me personally. I feel like the music, the strings, and the pick was like, there's a moment where like all this kind of jive together, and it was really like the editor's really paying attention to those edits, because a lot of times it's not on the actual beat. The frame changes like a frame or two before, because it gives a frame a second to catch up, and it was just perfect to me. Great tone, really holding that tone throughout.
Yeah, I love, there was the point where she, a lot of subject matter we've seen today has been, it's a lot, but I think to talk about this particular subject matter that is so intimate and dealing with sexual assault, when they use the animation to kind of illustrate that was extremely powerful, and I think that's what sets this apart and makes it something that you this was like those Netflix documentaries that you see and you can't stop watching. There was the use of the pictures too, when she was younger. I liked that. The beginning introduction sequence was extremely strong because it prepared you. I think what was nice about it is the editing. They gave you enough to where you felt caught up. For anybody who wasn't familiar with that story, you felt caught up and you felt, okay, I'm invested in this main character, but they didn't give away the ending. Like in one of the earlier pieces we saw today, they kind of threw everything up front, and you still enjoyed the journey, but the tone was fantastic, the graphics from the lower thirds. I was actually at one point just looking for little things, and it was hard to find. I think their lower thirds, there was some inconsistency within them. Like in the Fort Hood, they'd abbreviate it in some instances and then they'd write it out in others. There was like 2 spacing issues, but again, that's really looking for like those technicalities, spacing issues between words. But the including all those different vantage points as well was seamless, because sometimes I think it can be clunky in the edit, or you can take yourself out of one story and be like, oh wait, who's that again? But the former prosecutor bringing him in and then adding along these characters at the end. But then revisiting it back to her. The ending sequence was very similar to that front sequence of the faces of the victims, but it was so strong with her ending and with their emotion on the close-up shots. It was very powerful. I love just this portion of the story, that different vantage point that they told this story. That's very well known from. It was very well done.
And we've watched a couple Univision pieces today, and they're really kind of bringing in that unique voice.
Yeah.
And telling stories that need to be told.
Yeah, I think Surfside
Yeah.
was theirs
Yeah.
as
That's
well.
right,
That
that's
was
right.
theirs as well.
Yeah.
Miami condo collapse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great one.
The only other technical note, though, was the SOTs sometimes would drop out at the end. I don't know if you guys noticed that someone would be speaking and all of a sudden, but you'd see the closed captioning, so you'd be able to finish their word. I think sometimes it made sense because you didn't need to finish the sentence, but other times if that closed captioning wasn't there, the ending of the sentence, you'd miss it.
Yeah.
And you needed to hear that
You needed
last
a mixed
word.
pass, maybe?
Yeah, maybe just one more, just on those transitions from those, on those sound bites, but there was only a couple that were noticeable.
No, good job on finding like the small things.
Yeah, it is.
As you know from the last category, it might come down to like,
Yeah,
that audio transition is the separator.
yeah,
So.
that was very good.
There was one audio section where like you could hear just like they wanted to cut out of it.
Yeah.
But they had kind of like
Already
faded, and then you could hear like this little clip, and I know that edit so well. 'Cause
I'm assuming you guys are on the editing.
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah.
You know that space where you're just trying to make that work, and you don't need the rest of the sentence. It's hard to get
And
in.
hard.
I'm sure we have a flight out tomorrow, and Groom wants to throw at 4 p.m.
Okay.
It would be tight. I did some back timing during that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we could be done at 4 p.m.
Okay.
But we would have to, we have 3 left in the editing category, and they're each about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So we have call it an hour and a half left in this category. If
And then
we
you
were to
want-
hold off till tomorrow, we would finish up tomorrow roughly around 6:30 at this point.
Yeah, with all the long form that you
With
have to
all of
watch,
long
so-
form tomorrow. So all of long form, including our lunch break, has us finishing at 4 p.m. right now,
Yeah,
plus deliberations, so about 4:30.
yeah. Well, it is day 15 now. And we are trying, it's up to the student volunteers, really. You shouldn't feel pressured, like you have to stay here through the night. We're trying not to keep them past 8:39.
Yep.
So,
I think the answer would be is finding a ride for Carrie tomorrow. Or
yeah, what time is your flight tomorrow?
10.
PM?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Groom wants to pick you up at 4?
4. Well, we were talking about it too. They were saying that
I think we can figure something out for you.
I think
we can
it'd be
figure
okay.
something out for you. I'll start the conversation with Mark now.
Okay,
But
sure.
I think at the very least, we could just schedule you a Lyft or an Uber to
Okay,
get out there.
we can,
and
you can
that,
totally,
and that would be,
no worries.
yeah.
And I'm gonna bring, I was telling Ray, I'll just bring my stuff in the morning too, just to make it easier,
Yeah.
because I don't wanna cut
Yeah.
any of these conversations.
I don't think we have anyone else leaving tomorrow.
No, I think it's me.
Yeah, I think you, yeah.
Yep.
But we also just might be able to have someone drive you out and come back too. So, let me start that conversation
Okay.
now. If you guys can get another one or 2 in to watch tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, we can definitely do one more, and that will help on the back time for tomorrow.
Or you're all doing okay, student volunteers? Okay. It's, and I'm not saying that flippantly, it's a lot to watch, a lot of heavy emotional stuff for 2 days in a
Every
row.
piece
so-
in this
Every piece
category, or just in this division, has been emotional.
Like we've had
I mean, we
one
should-
happy
There
piece
was the
today.
one.
The
Seriously?
very first one we watched today was the only happy thing we've watched.
Yeah. I'm
What?
not,
I've already forgotten.
It
Not
was
saying
the
this
one-
to
the
make
art-
fun of
the
it, but, like,
series.
We took breaks to gather our emotions
Yeah.
online a couple times, so don't, let's
yeah.
not have any vicarious PTSD. I mean that seriously, let's pace ourselves.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, well,
let me go sort out the transportation stuff so you guys don't have to worry about it.
thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go one at a time, and you kids, sorry, not kids. You all throw something at me, and just like, hey, I'm done. Well,
There you go.
yeah.
We have plenty of snacks to
You
throw
said you
at you.
have 3 more 20 minutes
Yeah.
pieces to get through?
3 more for today, so we'll go one at a time, and then,
Yeah.
even if we only did 1 or 2 more, I mean, that's gonna be fine for tomorrow.
What time are you starting tomorrow, 8:30?
8 a.m.
8 a.m.?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Should be okay.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'll check back in
That was heavy.
Yeah.
How are you holding out?
Pretty good. It's really interesting though. Like the content that we do see is like it's heavy, but it's like very compelling. So I'm able to like stay with it like the entire time. So it's like I'm not falling asleep or I'm not like too overly emotional. So it's like it has an impact.
And
That's like
you guys didn't have a party to go to tonight or anything, right?
no, I already canceled it.
She was hosting.
I was hosting.
My roommate's out of town. I told her last night, I'm like, I'm getting up early the next 2 days, just so you know, and I won't be back till late.
Are you
She's
good
like,
too?
I'm going
Oh yeah,
home.
I'm perfectly fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to like look at it when you're also analyzing like the way they're shooting it or like other types of things, because not just focusing on like the emotion behind it.
The enjoyment, yeah.
So it makes it a little easier.
Yeah.
But also still kind of heavy.
Sadly, all of the ones that are left in all categories, none of them are happy. So
Fantastic.
Well, we got to hold two happy ones.
Exciting.
Something like that.
So let's go with
Yep.
let's go with it ends with POC 0058 POC, and this one's called Ida Strikes.
Hurricane Ida.
So
No, that was Hurricane Ian.
Not that I'm seeing, no.
Were you?
Yeah.
That was intense.
It was intense.
Oh wait, there's where do I have the times I'm missing them? There's not.
I can read it out.
I got. Wait, hang on. I think I know what I did.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. There is one. I lied, or I missed it. Okay.
Okay, we have a description for this one.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. After Hurricane Ida destroyed Murray's Bowling Center in Houma, Louisiana, the bowling equipment was donated to struggling centers across the country. Those parts were a lifeline for small bowling centers and life-changing for Murray.
Well, that sounds like it could be
Positive.
positive.
Could be positive.
I have low expectations.
Yeah.
Feel free to like as you're watching it to stand up if you need to like just shake it out or something.
I think I might actually.
Yeah, I'm gonna be standing for the first part of this one. So
There you go.
Oh, mommy. Oh, mommy, mommy blue. Oh, mommy blue.
I knew from the get-go it's where we belonged. It was where we were supposed to be.
When you own a bowling center, it's a family.
Our bowling center was a part of our lives. A piece of me went with that place.
A couple hours after the storm, we saw the roof ripped up. The insulation was blown throughout the entire building like cotton candy.
Took my breath away, so we had no choice but to demolish the building.
Just give up hope and just walk away.
Their misfortune became the best thing that ever happened to us.
And this was going to be an adventure of a lifetime. It's exactly how I would have wanted it to be, and more than that.
I'm home. Oh my God. Sans dire mon sans t'embrasser. Sans une date sur le passé. Oh, mommy.
When Hurricane Ida struck a major blow to southeast Louisiana last year, I stumbled across a place that's pretty well known to people who live down the bayou.
And that hurricane, of course, sat over Houma and much of the area where we are tonight for hours. And so you can see behind me the level of devastation that some homes and businesses are still dealing with. This was a bowling alley that is off one of the main highways here in Houma, and you can see straight through the building. There's, of course, everything in here that looks like it was torn down yesterday.
Bowl South of Louisiana was a local landmark of sorts on Grand Caillou Road for more than 4 decades. Seeing it that day, a month after the storm had rolled through, was jaw-dropping. The business was frozen in time. And little did I know at that time the number of memories that that building held. Well, unearthing them led us to a story that was much bigger than bowling.
Not bad, not bad. Say hi, Mom.
Speechless. We say it a lot when terrible things happen. In reality, you usually find some words or sounds, sobs. But 1 year ago, Marie Lirette really had none. No words, just the sound of the wind like it was the wind knocked right out of her. On videos that she recorded of her first look at the damage.
It took my breath away. It was literally a punch. Without getting punched, it was a punch.
Hurricane Ida destroyed Bull south of Louisiana, a Houma fixture for more than 4 decades. Marie's sister hired her to work there in 1976 at age 16.
And I remember Mama going, "You're not going to work at the bowling alley with Veronica." And I'm like, "Ma."
She worked her way up to buying the place. It was big news then in small-town Houma.
They hired me in 1976. I never left. I never left.
She and her husband, Terry, lived and breathed Bull South. This is a picture of Marie and Terry a few years back, the day Marie decided to stop hiding her hair loss from a condition called alopecia areata.
My husband and I didn't have children. You know, I say that, I think maybe we forgot, but we were so in love with what we were doing, and we focused our attention on the bowling center.
If you want some tips, call.
To see it as just another bowling center would betray what it really meant to people here. It was leagues and love.
It was O'Neill, Melinda Ballland that married in the bowling center on lanes 9 and 10.
A new beginning on lanes 9 and 10. It was late nights and laughs, birthdays, and first dates. You mentioned first dates. Talk about those. Any memorable first dates?
Oh, I can't say that. I got my wife right there.
If their decades of regulars like RJ Yugas didn't see their children take their first steps here, it's certainly where they rolled their first bowling ball.
Bringing my children there when they can barely walk and crawl, put them up on the lane and hold the ball and push it. And for them to do that on the same lanes that I bowled on as 8 and 10 years old, same spots, that's what was special to me.
All right. Through the years, if balls were rolling and pins were dropping, Marie was there. Balls rolling, pins crashing, music playing the day before Hurricane Ida. Quiet, the next and the next.
So I went from one extreme to nothing, you know.
Overnight.
Overnight.
She says it was a lot like the day after Terry died a few years earlier.
That moment of knowing things will never be the same, of the life you knew.
It was really sad to see it finally go down.
Obviously, it's making you emotional.
It was a sad time.
Why did you decide not to rebuild?
I really couldn't financially. I couldn't. Insurance-wise, we had enough to pay off the debt that I had, and I'm grateful for that. But there was no way financially that I could start over.
You guys couldn't quite let it go.
I kind of kept sending Marie hints. I'm like, hey, let's try to save the equipment. I think the lanes are still good.
Some of them landed in Yugas's garage.
Oh, wow.
So what do you think when you look at all this, Marie?
And I don't know. It's just amazing to see my husband's banner from the PBA up there, how he's got. This is incredible. When I look at all this, it kind of takes me back to those moments.
You said you haven't bowled in over a year, almost. Why not?
Well,
You just thought it would be too painful to do it?
yeah, and then knowing that I wasn't home doing it.
But Bull South's story, Marie's story, doesn't end in Yugas's garage. Even with the place in shambles, a lot of the equipment had life left in it. So she messaged some bowling groups on Facebook to see if anyone wanted it. And did they ever?
We had people contact me and they were telling me that they needed synthetic lanes or pin setters.
When Hurricane Ida knocked Bull South down, Marie desperately wanted part of it to remain standing. She sent pieces and parts of Bull South to 8 other bowling centers across the country. Some were smaller, struggling, even historic. But they were all given new life because of Bull South, including one all the way in Worland, Wyoming. This bowling center was one of the first to come down and get a piece of Bull South, and you are never going to believe what the name of it is.
I said, what? Wyoming Hurricane Lanes?
Hurricane Lanes needed her hurricane-tested lanes. The Wyoming Bowling Center was named for a slot machine, not a storm. One of the owners, John Noland, hit the jackpot on a hurricane slot machine the night he named it. He says he hit another one with Bull South's synthetic lanes.
Really cool stuff happened from us getting these lanes.
New life for this bowling alley for sure.
Oh yeah, and it's growing. It didn't go boom, it's really cool and like a firework and then it's done. No, it's still growing.
Nolan made sure to put the lanes in the exact same order that they were at Bull South. So lanes 9 and 10 remain lanes 9 and 10. Marie couldn't be happier.
Making a difference for those small bowling centers, that gave me so much peace.
Peace, knowing her home found a new one. But it gave Marie so much more when she went to go see it.
I would have never dreamed I would have done anything like this.
I'm home. We take a life-changing journey with Marie after this short break.
Just one giant gearbox driven by one little motor.
Parts.
This spins like this.
And pieces.
A piece of my home was already here.
Pieces and parts. Springs, sensors.
This is the rake cam.
Not really sure what that exactly is, but I do know that in just the right order.
This is true divine order.
With just the right timing.
These pins will fall.
It just works.
So the ball hits it. Started here when I was 12, working 5 nights a week until 10 o'clock at night, sitting in the back doing my homework and working on bowling machines.
John Noland now owns this bowling center with his ex-wife, Michelle.
I'll do some end pieces for them.
She still makes rolls from scratch to serve in the snack bar to go with meals that look like family dinner, because for years, that's what it was for the Nolands.
You got to keep the tradition alive.
The last few years have been brutal on bowling centers.
It was tough for Hurricane Lanes to stay alive, to pay the bills.
Hurricane Lanes in central Wyoming, in a small town called Worland.
It's colder than hell up here, and I thought, what a perfect name.
Little did he know how profound that name would be. Hurricane Lanes will never experience the devastation of a hurricane. Can you imagine it one day just being gone? One day it's here, one day it's just gone.
I would wander around here empty for some time. Even though I have another job, we have 7 kids, but this defines me.
I couldn't believe.
Way down in Homa, that's exactly what happened to Marie Lirette. When Hurricane Ida tore her bowling center, Bull South of Louisiana, to shreds.
That's a hard thing, because after 40-something years of doing it, you know, your feet get knocked out from under you, wondering what's next.
She worked there since 1976, later bought it, and grew the bowling center with her husband, Terry. For decades, if balls were rolling, pins were dropping, music playing, Marie was there. While Terry passed away a few years ago, the home away from home they shared was gone.
Felt like that was a piece of my soul.
The empty and the quiet's got to be a hole that's hard to fill.
It's making you tear up now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you know what those memories are and you know what that means.
If somebody tomorrow said this is over, all I could say is, oh my God. Michelle and I have been through all kinds of adversities and everything else. We've tackled the world, basically. And we've done it through the glue from the Bolin family here.
She couldn't afford to rebuild. Her business was gone. And the pieces of the life she knew were piled in boxes.
What am I supposed to do now? And I couldn't answer that.
You said you haven't bowled in over a year, almost. Why not?
Well,
You just thought it would be too painful to do it?
Yeah, and then knowing that I wasn't home doing it.
She wouldn't just let it go. When underneath all that rubble, she knew there were pieces of Bowl South that had life left in them. She posted the parts in a Facebook group to see if anyone wanted them, and bowling centers across the country sure did. Bowl South's loss would give new life to 8 bowling centers across the country.
To be honest, I didn't know what I was getting into until I got there and saw that it had been wrecked by a hurricane.
Joseph Bryant manages a faith-based rec center in Kentucky. They got 12 of Bowl South's bumpers.
To even get the bumpers like that secondhand would be a large expense that we probably wouldn't have been able to afford otherwise. When I met Marie, I could just tell that she was heartbroken about business that she had, I guess, devoted her life to. I knew that taking the bumpers, that was basically taking, I guess, a little bit of her.
Marie's oil machine helped revive and reopen a historic Black-owned bowling alley in Cleveland, and on and on and on.
Devastating loss for Maria, right? Maria lost, I can't even fathom, okay? And the best thing that happened to this business, it's growing because of what I'm standing on.
Hurricane lanes jumped at Bowl South's hurricane-tested lanes. Ida hit on August 29th, and just before Halloween, John and 4 others from his bowling family hopped in a truck to drive down to pick the lanes up. They had no idea what they were about to experience, and frankly, neither did Marie.
All of our eyes were like totally, oh my God. I mean, it was crazy, the devastation. That's something, until you've been there, you can't imagine it.
They drove 36 hours straight, 1,707 miles, and had to sleep in their trailer because there were no hotel rooms. What did you think when you first saw Bowl South?
I wanted to cry. Bowling's been in my blood since I was a little kid. We were probably silent for the first hour we were there to try to absorb what devastation was there.
Marie had the same reaction when she saw it for the first time.
Is this what I'm seeing? Like, is this real?
When we found out that Hurricane Ida sent a piece of Houma to a place this opposite from there, we wanted to come find out what it meant to the community here. And when we told Marie that we were going to make the trip, she said she wanted to come too.
Hello?
Marie?
Hey, it's Katie. Hi, Katie.
As we drove through the rolling hills on our way to hurricane lanes, I called Marie.
I would have never dreamed I would have done anything like this.
It was Marie's first time in an airplane in 30 years.
Just a moment in that airplane, looking at those mountains, I got extremely emotional.
Okay.
You ready?
I'm ready.
I just felt a part of me I was coming home to something. That's how I felt, that a piece of my home was already here.
I'm home. Oh my God. I gotta hug you.
Get over here.
Oh, it's so good to see you.
Oh, it's awesome to see you too. Thank you.
I'm so happy to be here. Oh, it's like my soul is here. I feel it.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, this is incredible.
Moments of pure joy. Marie says she chose out of pure sadness.
There's no crying in bowling. Oh, that's so good to meet you. That's so good to meet you.
A choice that led to lifelong connections 1,700 miles apart.
Oh my goodness. I just can't believe I'm here. I just can't believe I actually did this. This is so exciting. This is so exciting.
You ready to bowl?
Marie hadn't bowled in a year.
I need house shoes and I need a house ball, yes.
And it was time to do it again.
This one might work. Let's see.
On her lanes.
I can't be here and not at least try to throw a few balls on my favorite pair.
M-A-R-I-E, right?
Yep. Oh, I just want to stand up and get through it, but I have to do it. Wait. I promise the next shot I'm going to keep it on the lane.
A hurricane changed pieces of her life, and she changed a part of his.
Nice shot, John. Awesome.
If you put it all back together, maybe some of that magic's still there.
They're pieces and parts of life that come together and just work.
It's like divine intervention.
Like this night. This trip.
Oh, I love it. I gotta catch my breath.
Bowling for the first time on her lanes in over a year.
So excited that I got that push and I'm here.
A new piece of life begins.
So are we.
Oh my God.
Because Marie refused to let another part be the end.
I'm so grateful. You have no idea.
This journey also helped Marie live out a childhood dream. She always wanted to ride a horse in the mountains. Well, guess what? She did just that the day after we met her at Hurricane Lanes. It's a trip she never would have taken, a dream never realized had she not embraced the change that she never wanted. When those big life-changing moments are thrown at you, how you look at them really makes a difference. It's like bowling. Everything gets knocked down, and you can look at it as a big old mess, or like you just rolled a strike.
J'ai franchi la frontière, le vent soufflait plus fort qu'hier. Quand j'ai vu près de toi ma
Personally, I think we should end on a happy one.
Okay, I really like the bowling, the mechanics of the bowling. That's like anything that's repetitive like that is an editor's like dream, to add those mats and get those shots, and kind of take that and run. I feel like the editor really took that and ran with it at some moments. You know, I kind of like when you have that mat sequence there. I like how they have like the old photos and they blended them with her bowling in modern time. I really like that. You know, really quickly showing that history, and then the emotion that come with that. What I didn't like is kind of like, because it's like it's a show, so they had to come back and it felt repetitive in this format because you know we're not watching on commercial breaks, of course. So that's just, I think, I know it's not a knock against the piece. It's just one of those things I noticed, that the different formats of telling a story and where it's.
Well, yeah, we had to see the same thing for like about two minutes. That 2.5 that we'd already.
Yeah. But if it's like one piece, like Univision, something else where it's just going, you don't have that. And so I don't want to knock that because that's just where it had to play and how that had to be. So.
I think for me, it was sweet story. And it was a nice break, I think, from a lot of the heavy. I really, and I know it's not on the writing, but I enjoyed her writing. It was very witty, like clever writing. I think some of the technical stuff, though, just kind of again, in watching it from an editing perspective, the intro was a little too fast-paced. They had way too much transition effect, I think. There was just, I get what you're trying to do with the vintage and throwback, and it, you know, it was a little much from my perspective. The video and the phone, I liked the thought, and it was actually a smooth execution. Cutting that in is very tricky. I don't know if it worked when she was talking about her like recounting for, you know, I think I would have liked to, not to have evoked that emotion from her, to have her actually see her holding the phone more than like a play on it. They needed an audio pass. There was points it peaked on the anchors stuff, especially her, and I think there might have been a flash frame error at the end, and there was a movement adjust at one point towards the end too, where the movement stopped, I think, on the pins. So some, and there was one music dropout that was a little harsh. So some technical stuff that was just a little there for me, but a sweet story.
A little jarring, yeah. Everything both of you said. The only thing I added was, well, I said the archival footage and back and forth, but I agree that the beginning was really just like, I felt I was on a roller coaster, you know, pretty quickly. But I did like the when you had the pins on the map, and then how they went to the different parts. I thought that was kind of a really clever use of graphics, you know, really, and because it was so far across the U.S., I thought that was kind of an interesting and fun little piece. But yeah.
All right. Do we want to do another one, or do we want to end there?
I think I heard back here that she said we'd like to end on a happy one.
Come back in tears in the morning. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. We have 2 left. That will take 45 minutes to watch total. So right now, the way I have it back timed, we'll be done at 4. Plus that will make us done around 5-ish. If we eat lunch a little quicker, maybe a little sooner, but we'll see where we're at that point. But I've kind of built in some pad, and so yeah, we'll truck through tomorrow, and we'll be.
And we're starting at 8 tomorrow.
We'll start at 8 tomorrow.
Okay. 8 in the room, cool.
Yeah. So.
First day, guys!
All right.
Yay!
And thank you.
You guys
for
are
really,
amazing.
yeah, you really are
Yes.
for being so attentive and alive, and that's great.
Of course. This is a great opportunity, so this is a lot of fun.
This is fun.
They'll leave all this for tomorrow.
Oh,
They're not going to come and clean,
Yeah,
I'm
I think
sure.
we're good. I think we're good.
Yeah.